Well, here we are. We are live. And I am the Bush Whisperer. I'm just checking, making sure that everybody got sent the correct link. It'd be very embarrassing if I sent everybody the wrong link. Okay, people are having issues. Interesting. Rather interesting. I just got a note back. I was having IT issues, but it was like my system wasn't going to let me into my Chrome. Very weird. Hello, Mexico. How are you, dear lovely soul? And then, of course, Indigo, my sweetheart, started having an epileptic fit. I didn't foresee it, so I wasn't ahead of the ball. I didn't give her CBD and maybe a little bit of THC today. I was rather busy. Yeah, YouTube seems to be working fine. What I mean is there seems to be an issue with some of the people are having an issue getting into the studio, which is strange because I was having issues myself. And first I thought I wasn't going to be able to get on. I started panicking. Hello, Morgan. You're on the airplane. Hey, you're on the airplane already. So so Morgan's here from the airplane. Cool. So somebody's up in the sky. Is he on the plane yet? No, not on the plane yet. You'll be on the plane soon. In the airport. Well, I hope everything's going smoothly for you, brother. On your journey back to Durban. Nice. So where are we at? We've got people going to be coming in soon. I may as well get cranking with the good stuff. And a little bit of an introduction to the topic. We're going to be talking about religion as it applies to natural and elemental magic, witchcraft, sorcery, and the Fae. We're going to have Dear Cosmic talking to us about the Fae and their particular branch of magical devotion and development in their system. I hope the audio is okay. My sound is good. Thank you. Mexico is always a step ahead of me. And you won't be able to watch after 7, my brother. Though it will be here. It'll be when you get home. But you'll probably be home before the end of the show, probably like halfway through or something. It's a short flight. So yeah, Dear Vaughan was with me here in Cape Town enjoying the mountain and the beach. He got to enjoy climbing the mountain in the rain. Respect, brother. You did it. More than once. We're going to be discussing the religious connections to natural magic and elemental magic. The witchcraft, the sorcery, the different practices, the different paths that there are, what the purpose is of these different magical devotions. I didn't put shamanism in there, but since I'm a shaman, the shamanic edge is always going to be underneath the surface. From my perspective, everything stems from shamanism, as it's a very ancient form of devotion and practice magically. Even though it's not really a magical invocational art, it's more of an evocational state to be in. Regardless, the bottom line ends up being the same. And I think I'm going to kick off. I'm going to go straight in. I'm going to dive into the deep end. Let's go. Christianity. Woo! So I have to start with a disclaimer. If there are any Christians out there and you get offended, please don't be, because I'm just going to speak my mind openly and without reserve. So these are my feelings and my opinions. You don't have to take them as the gospel. They haven't been written in the book, and that is not the only way. So a little bit of tongue in cheek there to get the taste mingling on the edge of the tongue. But on a more serious note, how does Christianity, for example, relate to all of these disciplines? And here's something which is going to blow your mind. Melon pop wide open, unless it's wide open popped already, which most of you that come here probably would be, or have been, or en route to becoming, or are busy becoming melon popped open, as I like to put it. A new phrase I've just coined right now, right here. Hope you like it. Essentially, when you're looking at Christianity, so let's go to the beginning. Let's look at it from the start. Let's look at baptism, because that's how it starts. Baptism involves two things. It involves elemental magic to begin with. There's an elemental spell that is cast by the priest. Hello, Arthur. Sending you much love. I hope that's not selling something. But not be selling those coins because we don't like those coins. Not that there's anything wrong with them, we just don't like them here. So the elemental magic that is required in order to manufacture holy water involves a spell, which is called a prayer in the Christian church. And the spell is incanted by the priest. And the priest is then imbuing this water with pranic energy, intention, and informing the water, creating a form, structural consciousness web within the water that structures the water. Immortals experiments have very well displayed how this works. Even something as mundane as a word written on a piece of paper stuck to a glass of water will change the form of the water. It will inform the water and alter the qualities of the water as related to the consciousness of water, for water is a conscious living substrate. It's a substance of life. Hence, it's necessary for all life. So the first step for baptism involves elemental magic. The second step for baptism involves natural magic, where a simple rite, ritual, is performed, whereby the Sasra chakra and the Ajna chakra and the Bind chakra of the aspirant is submerged or touched with this divinely empowered, magically incanted water. And once this water has touched the head, we say that this person has been reborn and is now ready to walk along the path of Christ. This is a very simple ritual. It's a magical ritual. There's no doubt about it. We can't pretend that it isn't. Lovely. King Arthur as Christ. Wow, that sounds interesting. That I like. Yeah, sweet, brother. Sweet. Nice one. Amazon.co.uk. So I take it it's a book, is it? No worries. I hope people get some benefit from it and enjoy it. Sounds like an exciting read. Though, back to the topic. So the creation of holy water and the use of holy water employs elemental magic and natural magic. Natural magic being when one is using simple rites or rituals. The natural magic has many, many forms. So they have given you an insight into how natural magic works, and this will probably, as we progress, become more clear to those that don't know, though I'm sure many know that natural magic is an example. Wearing a crystal, holding a crystal to your heart, filling a crystal with an intention after cleansing the crystal, holding the crystal up to the stars and chanting over the crystal a chant or an affirmation, empowering the crystal and wearing the crystal over one's chest. This would be a form of talismanic magic, which is natural magic, and employed to create a talisman, which is talismanic. Usually in more advanced practices, talismanic images would be used in conjunction with sacred chants, sacred words of power. So looking at the Christian perspective, once again, the churches, another one of the very popular magical rites of the church is, and it's very popular in Catholic circles, is candle magic. Yep, they practice candle magic. If someone is going through a hard time and they're having challenges in their life, it is not unusual for a Catholic to go into a Catholic church and to light a candle for this person. Or heck, light a few candles. And be mindful of these candles burning, carrying the intention and the power of the light of the candle to shine upon the person in an abstract way in order to empower these people, in order to bring a sense of inspiration and energetic alignment to the people in question. So there's this rather fundamental connection happening here. It's rather important to understand how this works. When the Catholics are lighting these candles, they are basically practicing what is known as candle magic, which is one of the most common forms of natural magic that there is. And it happens to be a form of elemental magic too, because we are employing the element of fire to bring the inspiration and the life force spark of the fire to employ the intention to manifest it in some way or positive for the person that we're lighting the candle for. Hence, whenever a witch or a sorcerer or an elemental magician, any kind of a magician, even alchemists, when they're practicing their inner alchemy, they will very often use the elements, and they will employ a candle, a bowl of water, some sprouts of wheat. In Asian schools, it might be rice, or a coin, or a pentacle, and some incense for the element of air, so that all four elements are present. If you want to understand how this works, take a look at the magician. Let me grab the card and put it on the screen for us. Magician Rider-Waite, so that you can get a look at what he's up to there. It might be rather quite telling. And images. So what have we got here? Not a very big image. Not a very big image at all. Where do we find the bigger image? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, give us a bigger image, please. These tiny little images are getting on my nerves. There we go. That must be a bigger image. 360 by 360. Wow. Excuse me while I find a decent size image, one that isn't insulting to my intelligence. There we go. That's a little bit better. Open image in a new tab, and voila. So we will present this so you can get an idea what we're saying. So there's an altar that you're going to be looking at right now, and you'll be able to see that in the altar there is the image of the magician. The magician is a rather fundamental card. It is really the key to what we're talking about here in the practice of elemental magic. You see there on his little shrine, his little table, his little altar, if I can call it that. He's got all his weapons, all his magical implements. He also has one hand drawing the power forth and another hand allowing the power to cascade. And this represents the lightning bolt. And this lightning bolt is the lightning bolt of Zeus. So you can see that this is a really fundamental card to the practice of alchemy, the practice of magic, the practice of witchcraft. Whichever path you're working with, the elements are generally employed. They are rather fundamental. They are rather the key to understanding exactly how this process works. So in the church now, when they are busy doing a candle magic, they are using the element of fire. Another ritual which is popular in the church is the ritual of the cross. Now, the ritual of the cross involves working with etheric currents to pull the currents from the crown of creation, to pull it down, touch your navel, representing the cusp of life, while visualizing the cross forming within one's body. The light is supposed to move down to one's feet, and then to touch one's right breast, and to visualize the light moving across one's breast, and to create a cross, the insignia of a cross within one's aura, is another form of natural magic. And it's essentially coming from the Kabbalist school. It's called the Kabbalistic cross. You connect Kether with Malkut, with Vegjabura, with Vegjadula, and you clasp your hands, Le Olam, Amen. And you create a cross of light within your aura, and you project that cross out towards the four corners of the universe so that it can reverberate back at you. centering within the heart, and creating a powerful grounding, centering, and opening experience energetically. Generally, when you do that, you start to feel the resonance on the palms of your hands. The energetic, etheric frequencies of vibration start to move. So there's another ritual which is used, also a magical ritual, comes from the Kabbalistic practice. And it is one of the opening rituals used before the middle pillar is used, which is another typical natural magic ritual used, which involves shaping and reorganizing the etheric flows and bringing the astral and the etheric into balance and harmony within the aura. Another very popular magical ritual, because that's what that is, in the church, also involves the sacraments. The sacraments is, once again, there is substance which is blessed, which represents the earth. Normally it's a biscuit of sorts. And then there is a sacrament that is blessed that represents the wine, the blood of Christ. And these two blessed sacraments, which are empowered once again with incantations in a ritual, are then symbolically considered to represent the body and the blood of Christ. And this metaphor is then taken into the body, eaten in a ritualistic form, so that the priest is able to bless through this simple ritual everybody that eats and drinks of the sacraments. Typical ritual, a different version of this ritual would be to go and take a crystal, empower the crystal, put power into the crystal, meditate with the crystal, focus your intentions into the crystal, hold that intention, chant the words that represent this into the crystal, resonate it through the crystal, then put the crystal into a water and hold it and focus this energy, pranic flow in to the water. Then remove the crystal from the water, bless the water, and at the correct time of day, drink the water with the intention of this quality being taken into one's energy body. Another version of the exact same ritual, only this one would be used by magicians. So, as you can see, what else have we got in the Christian church? Okay, so the idea of having a cross on the wall. This is really just a gigantic symbol, a magical symbol, of course, that represents the corner of the cube. And this is obviously a talismanic image that is empowered by the rituals that is done in the space. The interesting thing in the church is that you can't have a statue of a bull or a cow in your church because they say that that is sacrilegious. But because graven images of God are not acceptable. However, the graven image of God in the form of Christ on the cross is totally acceptable. Now, if there's any hypocrisy there, I'll leave that to your imagination to consider. But there is yet another magical ritual, and it involves this very simple process. Another form of magical ritual used in the churches is the laying on of hands. And the laying on of hands is where the priest prays, goes into a trance, and in a trance lays the hands on to someone in order to channel healing to that human being. Magicians do this too. Same thing. They will do a ritual, they will do a rite, they will empower their energy with a particular frequency of consciousness and pass that frequency of consciousness between themselves and somebody that requires that frequency, with the hope that that frequency can cause a shift in consciousness that can produce healing within the person that they're passing it to. Yet another magical ritual. Other magical rituals would be singing of certain hymns as a group. And this is something that is done by the Wiccans, it's done by the witches, it's done in all initiatory circles of magic as well. And I mean, the list just goes on. So here's where we get to really looking at this very carefully and very interestingly. What is religion? Really? What is it that we're really doing when we go into a church? I want you to question this. For those of you that go into churches, question it. For those of you that don't, well, you know, it's fairly obvious, isn't it? And just exactly what does it mean to be in a state of balance and harmony when you are entering into a church in order to channel these energies? Are you partaking in some kind of magical rites? So is it a hypocrisy to point fingers at the Vedic practitioners who have a different version of rites that they do? They don't have a cross with a man nailed to the cross on a wall. They find that barbaric. To them, it's like, what kind of a freak show is it that you have to take a man that's suffering nailed to a cross and stick him on the wall to symbolize your godliness? We will take nature, put nature on our wall. We symbolize the cow as being very important because the cow is part of the nature cycle. So it keeps the poo from the cow basically feeds the plants, feeds the grass feeds the cow. It keeps the balance and harmony of nature. We're able to benefit from the cow by getting milk to make cheese and whatnot if we're hungry, if we require it. The cow is a symbol of powerful matriarchy, in as much as it's not as fertile as a creature can be, the full fertility of a cow. So to their ideas, it's far more divine to have a cow, a statue of a cow, or Ganesha, statue of an elephant. An elephant represents intelligence. It represents power and intelligence coming into a sense of harmony. That very powerful shift of consciousness within us that can remove all the obstacles, that can shift our limitations and bring us to a state of wisdom. Ganesha being the sage, or being the scribe, more correctly, of the heavens, of the gods. So there's something to be told here of the story. Also, if we go into this more deeply, we can also take a look at many of the other practices that we've seen. You're going to find the same in all the religions, that they're not different. If you go into the Muslim tradition, there's going to be many of the same traditions. They don't have statues on the walls and such, which is fair enough, but they have incantations and prayers that they will chant. And they wake up early in the morning and they climb up into a very special tower and they chant these incantations so that everybody can hear them. They are often broadcasted over a loudspeaker. They want to make sure everybody hears it. No one must miss the spell. And these spells are also a form of NLP. So to look at the Christian church as not being a magical tradition is really daft when it gets right down to it. One has to be rather daft to not look at it objectively and say, well, that's what it is. It is what it is. We can't pretend that it isn't. People in the Christian church want to say, well, it isn't. Well, let's look at other things in the Christian church. Now we're going to go into the dark sorcery. Okay. So what differentiates sorcery from elemental magic and natural magic? And not all sorcery is necessarily dark, by the way, but I'm using dark sorcery from the Bible as an example. So Abraham came from a Semite group of people that used to sacrifice their sons to what they believed was God. Their firstborns were sacrificed. They used to tie their firstborns to a rock and cut their hearts out of their chest, beating, and then burn their hearts on an altar to this God. That's something to digest, hey? Wow. If you did such a thing today, you'd be locked away for a very long time, or worse. And it depends what country you're in when you do it. And at least you'd be considered to be daft. You'd consider it to be crazy. And Joshua, I'm doing a live now. You can't talk to me. He needs to put his money somewhere safe. Put it on the little brown table over there. And then please go out because you are disturbing my live, my sweetheart. Josh, don't make me ask you again, please. That's fine. No, Josh, not with your boots. Come out of there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, the door, 13, 14, 15. Thank you. I'll keep it safe for you. I've got it. So having to exercise a little bit of discipline with the little boy because he doesn't listen. He's got dirty boots on. He wants to go onto the carpet. Not on. Not happening. So he's been running around in the garden, going crazy and wild. So yeah, this Abraham with his daft ritual of dark sorcery. And that's what it is. There was a being that they were worshipping, and this being expected the toll of a living life to be killed. It was blood magic. Let's call it what it is, blood magic. But if you speak to a Christian, they'll say, no, no, it's not blood magic. No, no. God was testing Abraham. Like, this is the dark nonsense that you will hear when you speak to many people. And I've had these conversations with people, and they look at you with this knowing wisdom. No, 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 no. That's not what it is. Unfortunately, that's what it is. Can't pretend it isn't. At best, the guy be locked away as a total lunatic and be given medication and not be allowed to run around in public anymore because he's a danger to himself and to others. But according to the Christians, he was a divine being. Thank God that the right spirit came along and said, Abraham, what are you doing? You don't have to do this. That's daft. And Abraham was like, okay. And he didn't do it. Thank God. But what nature of a being was he sacrificing his child to? And don't believe for a moment he was the first. We know that the worshippers of Baal used to sacrifice their firstborn. It was part of the tradition. Baal being a manifestation of one of Enki's sons, right? And this is just what it is. So we can quite easily deduce that the Canaanites, there was a part of the Canaanite tribe that was still worshipping Baal from the days of Babylon. And they were sacrificing their kids to their firstborn children. And it was a blood ritual in order for Baal to protect them and to look after them and give them favor and make sure that their crops would grow. If that isn't blood magic, blood ritual, then you tell me what is. So you'll find there's a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to looking at the Bible, sadly. And instead of objective perspective and looking at it rationally and going, wow, that guy was sick. And I don't mean sick in the way that teenagers use that word. I mean sick, man. That guy was sick. And luckily, he came to his senses before it was too late. His eldest son was, spared. But it was a close call by the looks of things. So, there are other instances in the Bible where magical rites were used. Natural magic was used by Emmanuel, who they called Jeshua, when he healed somebody's blind sight. He had to get a particular soil and he had to spit in the soil. And spitting in the soil was a highly symbolic thing to do. Magical. There was probably an incantation involved that we didn't hear about. And the empowerment of the spit in the soil made a powerful medicine that when he put this onto the eyes of the blind man, he was able to see. So, there's another instance of ritual in the New Testament. So I think we've pretty much dropped the hammer on the Christian tradition being a magical tradition that has lost its roots, lost its way. And even the magic in the Old Testament is being excused away and being overlooked. They pretend that it's something that it isn't. So now getting back to sorcery, what is sorcery? Sorcery is when you make contracts. It's a contractual arrangement made with a being from another dimension. Excuse me if I multitask. I just want to see what's going on. Is everybody having a hard time getting into the studio? Because this is very, very, very strange. Dr. K is supposed to be coming. There's supposed to be a few people coming. Anyway, regardless, it is what it is. Alles goed here. Cosmic's coming. Everybody seems to be coming. I don't know. Maybe there's been a change in the time zone and I'm not aware of the time zone changes. Gosh, that would be embarrassing. Everybody's going to be like an hour late. It is what it is. So, yeah, sorcery involves making a contract. Contract meaning Saturn, right? Saturn is the sphere of contraction, the element of cohesion that crystallizes. So crystallization is a reflection of contraction. To crystallize is to Christ. You see that word is crystallize. Eyes. You see? So that you can actually see the love of the Christos as an expression of El with your eyes. crystallize. It's the new way of looking at their word, isn't it? And so we can see that this principle of Saturn represents this crystallization, this contraction, and that's very strange, Mexico, because it shouldn't be doing that. Very, 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 very strange. Wow. That must be an issue. I did see there was a notification in my StreamYard that they were having issues with Facebook. And basically that they couldn't stream to all the places, but I went and fixed it. So I thought it was sort of under control. But thanks for that heads up. Interesting that it does that. Interesting that that's what's been happening. There's definitely something I'm going to have to write to StreamYard because I pay them a lot of money for this service. You know, this round table is costing me a good $600 a year to make it happen. So, you know, I want to know that it's working. So basically, yeah, it's really important to get a grasp of this contractual arrangement, which is the basis of sorcerer's power. The sorcerer makes a contract with a being. That being teaches the sorcerer. The sorcerer gains knowledge through this being, or that being helps the sorcerer to do things. That's essentially the summary of how the sorcery works, you know, in layman terms, to simplify it all. Now, you're going to find that there's something very interesting that runs parallel with shamanism. Although with shamanism, it's a little bit different. The shaman is basically entering into a trance using a drum and sacred chants. And the nature of the trance chosen will direct the nature of the trance. And in that trance, the guides, part of the chain of life, will reveal through the ancestral relation to the shaman what it is. And so there's this very close parallel between shamanism and sorcery. Welcome, dear Indie brother. How are you doing? And this is Indigo Sage, Indie Sage. Hello, Rob. Welcome. And he's a shadow worker. He helps people work with their shadows. He basically is an agent for reintegration for those of you that are looking to reintegrate with parts of yourself that you've lost in the past, that you've repressed, suppressed due to hurt, due to fear, whatever the dark emotions are. Indie Sage helps people to reintegrate that, bring it into consciousness, face it, absorb it, make it back a part of the whole of who you are so that you can become healthy. He's also a wonderfully astute brother, knowledgeable in various different occult circles, you know, from alchemy to different magical traditions, and very much involved in anthropology. So, wow. Thank you for joining us. What an honor to have you. And do please say a few words. Plug yourself.
So glad to be here, and thank you for the wonderful introduction, as always, Franklin. Yeah, and so shadow work is the passion of my life, and it's been my saving grace, helping me get through the dark night of the soul that I had gone through early on in life. Fortunately for me, I was able to come out on top, fully integrated, and it's been a blessing. I've been able to share that gift, to be able to keep it fresh with me and stay grateful. My passion for healing has started with nature worship from early on in my childhood, through my adolescence, that kind of blossomed into, I would say, shamanism, and then later Wicca, and then Taoism. And then from there, I kind of explored the plethora of Eastern wisdom and mysticism of the West as well. So it's been a journey, and I've uncovered a lot of things in my digging through the rabbit hole. So it'd be great here to explore some of that today. And it's always great to be here with Franklin and discuss these esoteric topics together, and dive in deep. And we love to integrate with any comments from the chat that we see that are relevant to our talk. We love to see that, and we'll try to hone in on some of the comments today too. So it's going to be a great show. I apologize for being a little bit late. I was just freshening up. We went and did a little yard sailing earlier today. It's such a beautiful weekend. Better late than never, they say.
It's lovely to have you, brother. I think a few people, I know someone's been having IT trouble, internet trouble. I was having a problem when I got on. I couldn't actually get my Google Chrome to launch, and you can't really use Firefox on here. You know that, yeah?
Yeah.
It causes audio issues. But yeah, basically, just to give you a lowdown on where we were, I just ran through the Christian church, basically, just illustrating just how much of the Christian church is a magical tradition and how everything from holy water to all the various different rituals in the Christian church are essentially magical rituals, be they natural magic, elemental magic, combinations of it.
Yes.
And how Abraham was a sorcerer that was killing his son in the name of probably Baal, right?
Yep.
As we know, that's how that worked. So that's sorcery, but that's dark sorcery. Not all sorcery is dark. So I thought, Joe, what would you like to throw onto the table? I've been blabbering away here for like 25 minutes, and
I would like
exactly.
mention how a lot of you are familiar with Queen Elizabeth having passed recently, and not many of you may be familiar with the fact that she carried a wand, a sorceress wand, which was given during her inauguration. And when she died, they took the wand and they snapped it in half. And they put it on top of her coffin, showing that her magic spell had ended. But we know that the Queen Elizabeth had quite a spell. She had the entire world entranced. Um, I think there was a saying in England like "praise the Queen," and people would just say that like as a greeting. I think a lot of times, but everybody loved the Queen. She was a huge inspiration to the world. But she was a magician, and she was part of Druidic cult, I believe, also possibly integrated with the Freemasons. Now, some people think that there's a secret society of female sorceresses or magicians that are at the top of the secret societies because we don't really hear about them in the collective, but there's been some research done and some videos done on showing that there is definitely something going on there. So that's an interesting thing to me. But I know that a lot of this sorcery is particularly done by males, especially involving the child sacrifice. I know that women have been involved in the ceremonies as well, usually because they're part of the cult of the family of the males that are involved, who tend to be the leaders, as far as we know. But we know that Hillary Clinton was involved in some child sacrifice and some terrible torture rituals. And so there are definitely women that are up in the upper echelons of this sorcery. And I actually heard recently also that in order to become a satanic priest, now this is going to blow some minds out there in the audience. And I don't know if you've heard of this, Franklin. The first step to becoming a satanic priest after you've been initiated into a secret society like the Freemasons or one of those, there's a few others of brotherhoods. I can't think of a couple of their names, but once you've been initiated into the Freemasons and then you've been selected to become a satanic priest, they will tell you that first step is to become a Catholic priest. So you cannot become a satanic priest without first becoming a Catholic priest. Now, a lot of people have heard that there's a white pope and a black pope. Now, if becoming a satanic priest is a prerequisite for becoming a satanic priest, there's a good chance that a lot of them have come into the black pope's circles and are on a different secret society behind the church. To me, there's a lot connected there because when it comes to pedophilia and child sacrifice. They're kind of in the same ballpark to me. It's just deplorable, heartless atrocities that are being committed across the globe for centuries and millennia. And it ties back to the Roman Empire, where during the Roman Empire, it was frowned upon to fornicate with women in general, but it was frowned upon to copulate with one's wife unless one was only trying to make babies. And so during the time, many of the young boys took on an older male mentor, and he would sodomize them as part of their relationship during ancient Roman times. That was a normal thing then. So it kind of makes sense why it continued in the Roman Catholic Church, as it was just an old habit that died hard. It still continues. We also see some elements of that in other churches as well, but there's definitely some evil amidst the Catholic Church, and we see with their garbs and their robes. We see judges wearing black robes, priests wearing black robes, and people that graduate from college in their commencement wear a black robe, all representing the worship of Saturn. And so it's thought that the Hebrew religion is a Saturn worshiping cult. Some may see that as the black sun, which is sometimes equatable with Saturn, but other times the black sun is interpreted in other ways. But there's definitely some sinister things going on there, and it does tie back very far when we see the fish hats that I think the Cardinals wear, that tie back to Dogon or Oannes, who was the council of Enki and had the 7 Upkalu, bird-headed winged men that carried the hand baskets. So that goes all the way back to ancient Sumer, when it is said now in our academia that was the beginning of civilization, but I've interpreted that this is really the beginning of the fallen patriarchal civilization, as they've kind of hidden the herstory that came before that. Because we know that Sumer, when it sprang up, had all of the aspects of modern civilization. And in the first city of civilization, you would expect that it would take a little time to get that kind of advancement going on. And so to me, it seems pretty apparent that there was an entire bustling of civilizations before that time that was kind of shut down in our historic record. Now, there's a good chance that a lot of it was lost during the flood, and the antediluvian civilization that was highly advanced became somewhat lost as the people began to wander from the wreckage of the great deluge and rebuild their civilizations. But there's a good chance that there was something in between that had been lost from the fallen patriarchy takeover. I attribute this to the secret cult of Amun-Ra for changing the high priestess to a temple prostitute in contriving gold to be the currency, tricking women into becoming prostitutes instead of a temple high priestess. So you can kind of imagine how that might have went, but it's kind of trickled down into Mosaic law in the Middle East, where women are not allowed to own any property, have a license, have an education, go to their mosques, all kinds of things. So it's all really interconnected here, and I feel like we kind of also associate with the religion that harbors this corrupt history. We also connect with them the corporatocracy to a degree. And interestingly, the way that we're defined has a lot to do with maritime law. A person is considered a corporation. A human is considered a monster. So the way that we've been taught to see ourselves and the way that we've been treated and considered to be is lesser than by the upper class, by the cabal and the elite. And so when they say human resources, it's monster resources. They're trying to say that a human or a person is incapable of owning property. It's a monster. So it's almost like they're kind of treating us as if we were chattel or cattle, just property of theirs to use for their doing.
Rob asked an interesting question earlier, and I thought it's worthy of looking at.
Mm.
He said, "Do we really know that she participated?" And so I've put up something here for us to take a look at. And when we
Yeah.
do know, this is the Guardian, by the way. For those of you that don't know, the Guardian is one of the most reliable news sources in the UK. That's a public platform. But if you actually want to take a look, it's pretty much in all of the news. So the pedophile who was the royal butler to the Queen, right, was jailed for child abuse. And his name was Paul Kidd, and 55. And he practiced this from 1979 to 1984. And we know that there's evidence that he practiced it from 1979 to 1984, but he had been her butler since 1977. And here is there's a lot of information about what he was doing. He actually physically sexually assaulted um, children, and he pleaded guilty to 9 counts of sexual assault. Now, what that means is that there was evidence enough for him not to be able to plead not guilty on at least 9 charges. The other charges might have been. Now, you can imagine how hard it is to prove that someone's been doing something to your child, like to prove it in a court, right? So it just gives you an insight to the fact that this guy was definitely running a pedophile ring from within Buckingham Palace. And so it's we know that there's a connection with children. You know, we know that this is very much a case. This is what's going on, and this is what's going on. The children are sexually abused, and it's part of an MK Ultra program, is it not? So for those of you that want to go and take a look, there's articles there in all of the Indomedia Australia, the Telegraph, the Independent, NBC News, the Guardian, the Daily Mail, which I don't really think of as really much of a news, BBC, obviously the Guardian, the Denver Post. So these are all well-known media, and just to give you an idea of how big news it is that we've all seen and been made aware of the fact. So I would say that by the fact that she's got a serious pedophile on her payroll, it says quite a lot about what she's about. Birds of a feather do tend to flock together. And you would think that the Queen would be checking out her employees. I mean, she's got MI5 at her disposal. Come on. You think she didn't know this was happening? Right? The best technology in the world to track his phone, to listen in through Google through his phone, or in those days, maybe they didn't have that, but they did have other forms of tracking. They knew exactly what was going on. To pretend that she didn't know this was happening, to me, seems far-fetched. And I would imagine that he took the fall, right? Maybe the story was a lot bigger than him, but they needed a fall guy, and he was obviously my queen. I'll take the fall for you, because we all work for you. So I think that there's a lot of legitimacy to the stories about the Queen, even though the evidence is indirect and circumstantial. Well, that's not circumstantial. I mean, that's court evidence. They proved that to a judge, so it's pretty much it happened. But the circumstantial link is between him and the Queen. And by the way, there have been numerous members of the royal family investigated for pedophilia. So it seems to be something that's in the family. And when it's not in the family, it's the butler doing it. And there are a lot of children that have come out and spoken about it, but not enough evidence. Please, brother, don't let me stop you. I just wanted to respond to something that Rob said, which I thought was a really good question. What do you think about all of this?
Have you heard anything about the goats involved in the British military in the palace? They have a goat that they worshipped, that they kind of kept as their mascot for their military, but it was one that had a history in sacking, I think, part of northern Africa. But I feel like it became a tradition. But they have this goat, and the goat wears occult symbolism on his neck, I think, and they use the goat in their ceremonies, their druidic ceremonies. You see a lot of occult symbolism in their garb in these ceremonies. The ceremony with the queen has been circling around on the web. We've seen that they use occult um, ceremonial rituals there with different language that's a bit obscure. Really ties back to a lot of ancient mystical rites. And we don't know just how dark it really is. We do know that it's a cult and it's witchcraft and sorcery, but we don't really know if it's involved in some of the stuff that John Dee got involved in, who created the MI5. He was able to commune with some higher beings, which they refer to as aliens, or which are referred to as angels. And other people have interpreted it as aliens, but these angels gave them the technology of silicon for data storage back in the late 1600s, I want to say, or was it the early 1600s? And in exchange for a silicon, which they has taken them centuries to be able to create the computers that we have today from it, but they promised to offer human sacrifices in exchange. And John Dee during the time was involved in the colonizing of the Americas, and so there's a good chance that his involvement kind of led to America becoming the war machine for the British monarchy. And so ultimately, we become the world police for the British monarchy, the Roman Catholic Church, and for Jerusalem. In service to those three uh, high parts of the cabal, we are sent out as cannon fodder and human sacrifices from the Americas to go police other places, which are completely irrelevant to our politics, our international affairs. So,
Uh, s- uh, please do continue. I was just going to say we have to wear insignias, sigils.
yeah, we should get into that. But yeah, it's a strong chance that there's a corrupt sick care medical system. There's a very corrupt food industry that targets America for the most poisonous aspects of their food, preservatives, food coloring, and various other things that are only sold in Americas, and if they're marketed internationally, they have to put a warning label. So they usually would not, but they sometimes do. So there's a good chance that a lot of this human sacrifice is still going on many levels.
Yeah, that is so on point. And interesting you mentioned about the goat. There's something behind this as well. Something profound. Goats are it actually mentions in the Sumerian tablets that the goats were brought here. They actually mention the goats and the sheep, which is rather interesting. So the goats and the sheep were specifically brought to Earth from Nibiru, according to those ancient Sumerian cuneiform tablets, along with seeds of food and medicine and seeds for this sacred plant that can extend your life. That we know that Gilgamesh went on a journey to find. Right, he found it. It was stolen from him. So there's a lot of really interesting information in there. And when we start to talk about the Pope, I mean, the Pope is very interesting, right? Just exactly what's going on there. Um, you can get exonerated for your sins in a Catholic church if you pay for it. Costs you can pay your way out of sin. Is that correct? You got
Yeah,
to. hand them over money, and that money is like a fine that you've paid to God, and now you're good to go. They say a prayer over you, throw some holy water at you, do a little bit of elemental magic, clean your aura, take away your guilt. Now you can go around feeling guiltless.
Yeah, so here we
Right.
have a little blurb on the goat that was present at the Queen's funeral. Apparently, all of the goats are chosen from Welsh farm, I believe. It says the Great Orme in Llandudno, which I believe is in Wales. They choose these goats. They're always named William, which is short for Gwilyn. And they sometimes refer to them as Billy, like Billy Goat. But these goats, it was said in a caption when they showed the goat at the leading the procession at the Queen's funeral, says the caption said, "The symbol to pay homage to their god." And there's some history behind these goats. They go back to the present goat mascot, Fusilier William Windsor. So they have fancy names, and they've always got a goat in their processions, in their ceremonies. So what is that? It's interesting. It's very curious as to what that might be. Dates back
Yeah,
hundreds
it's
of years.
totally a right to Saturn, right?
Yeah.
And so let's look at it. This is what I was getting at, and this is got to do with sorcery. Why sorcery is different to magic. Sorcery involves contracts. Contracts made with John Dee, you mentioned earlier, who we love as James Bond, right?
Yeah.
007. That's John Dee. That came from John Dee. That was his signature. And so that's where MI5 comes from John Dee. He was one of the Queen's original spies, and he could use crystal balls and non-physical beings to spy on people, and they would give him information contractually. He would have to pay for it, of course, because nothing in life is free. And generally, how you pay these beings is with blood, and very often they would want the blood of a goat, right? You would sacrifice a goat because the goat is sacred to Saturn. And so, since we are in the sphere of contracts, there is a correct currency to pay for such transactions. In the sphere of Saturn, we should pay according to Saturn's denominations, and Saturn counts in goats, right? So you look at the card for the devil, which represents Capricorn in the zodiac. And what do we see? The feet of a goat, the horns of a goat. And he's got them chained. So, and the chains are the symbol of the contract. You are chained by your contract. So the man and the woman are chained in a contract through the goat. So the goat becomes the blood that you can sign your contract in, right? When you're signing your contract in blood, it's supposed to be goat's blood, right? We talk about signing a contract with the devil in blood. It's goat's blood because all contracts need to be vetoed by Saturn. And since the goat is Saturn's creature, that's what Saturn holds sacred. So you're paying the toll to use Saturn's contract with a non-physical being. And so all of sorcerers would use animals. This is why I was saying there's a distinction between shamanism and sorcery. And then there's the distinction between dark sorcery and light sorcery. Dark sorcery normally involves blood rites, generally speaking. And they pay for this currency is blood of a creature, an innocent creature like a goat. And this creature will then become the representative of symbolically murdering you. So I'm making a contract with you. I'm symbolically killing your spirit of freedom by binding you with a contract. But since I'm not killing you, the killing has to happen. So we display the killing on that creature, using that creature's blood as a binding contract of oath between you and me. And that's how the spiritual beings in the sorceress practices are operated with. and they are used in this fashion. And they have many of them that are replaceable. And there might be a fancy name for the goat, and they'll try and get the same kind of looking goat every time, because you see they want a white goat that represents purity. Saturn doesn't want anything less than the best for this. And since it's black magic or dark sorcery, the goat is the displacement of the murder, because your soul and your freedom of your spirit is being killed in order for you to enter into a binding contract. So you need to be jailed. So it's the worship of Jael. And so jealousy is part of the program. So that's why the contract is binding, because now that you've contracted with me, you can't go contract with him and them. And, if I contract with a ISP service to give me my internet, then they are jealously guarding the contract. I can't now give my money to another ISP service for the money, because they want me to keep them. That's what the 12-month contract is for, or 18-month, or whatever it is you go for. So I think this is quite relevant, this goat, brother.
Absolutely. And this goat, as we can see here in this image, wears the griffin with the crown above it. The griffin representing strength, courage, leadership, and vigilance in battle. Now, this tradition of the cashmere goats goes back to 1837, when the Shah of Persia presented a pair of goats to Queen Victoria as a coronation gift, and they've continued to use the goats ever since. But when I came into this discussion, we were talking about Abraham and his involvement in his child sacrifice as a dark sorcery. Now, if we remember correctly, what did Abraham find to be able to sacrifice instead to spare his son? A ram that was stuck in a tree. So that may have been the beginning of the change from a child sacrifice to an animal sacrifice. And we see that continued all the way up until Christianity did away with the Levitican priesthood. For a while in Judaism, the Levitican priests stopped sacrificing goats for some time, possibly as an inspiration from the Christian faith, to end the child sacrifice, to end the goat sacrifice. But they actually recently started to sacrifice goats again amongst the Levitican priesthood for the first time within the past 10 years. Why? It's very mysterious. But they're starting to sacrifice goats again on the daily.
And then there are other kinds of exchanges made, like, for example, in the Jewish tradition, bulls.
Mm.
So wherever an animal is being sacrificed, this is essentially a contract.
Yeah.
And now the bull represents something different. You see, the bull, we are talking about Venus.
Mm-hmm. Taurus.
So we need to give some homage to Venus when we are killing a bull or a cow. And as opposed to Saturn. And so you can see that the contracts are related to Saturn, though if one wishes to gain abundance materially, if one's looking for money, then one would sacrifice a bull. If one's looking for like a lavish lifestyle with all the material things, think of the sign of Taurus. It represents having material satiety, being wealthy, being comfortable, having all your needs met, never wanting for anything.
Yeah, the bull has been used for us in agriculture for millennia, and it's been very helpful to us. The Hindus worship the cows and bulls and the cattle. So it's interesting how in the Western world we celebrate, when we're doing really good, we want to celebrate, we're going to go out and get a steak, right? We're going to eat a cow or a bull or a steer. So, like, what is that? Maybe that's a sign that we're pushed into bull sacrifice more often than we know or think. I can
And
see
a
that.
steak. A steak
Expensive,
is something. A steak
costly,
is
expensive.
something that you put on the poker table.
Yeah,
I stake you.
that's
So
right.
you're putting something down on the table, like you want to get something.
Yeah,
See, it's about gambling. It's about winning money. And another stake is to put your enemy on a stake, so as to show them like don't mess with us. So there's a double ending meaning. And a very beautiful thing that Mexico is mentioned here is the connection between Capricorn and Aries. And it's very important to understand how this works, because here we are being shown the similarity and the connection between Aries. Aries is the youthful, the youthful, and Capricorn is the elder. Now Capricorn is also moving towards youthfulness, if this makes any sense. The ascent, the path of spiritual ascent, one must move through Capricorn and balance those material forces of Capricorn in order to be able to get to that fundamental joyous inspiration that represents Aries. But Aries and Capricorn are two sides of a same polarity. And so they are. The ram and the goat are fundamentally connected as two parts of the same thing, but a polarity. The one is the element of Mars, and the one is the element of Saturn. So the goat represents the sacrifice related to the contracts, and the Aries is the Mars, represents the passion required to gain power. So Aries is also concerned with power, but Aries is the passion, the passing of ions, absorb power and to give power and to be a pioneer of power. But in order to gain the actual power in the end of the day, you need that final seal of the goat, which is the Capricornian Saturn. So Saturn and Mars have this interesting connection in the zodiac, in as much as when they get together, all hitty kitty comes loose, right? You see Saturn and Mars on your horoscope, you gotta be careful, like, whoops, I better be careful. Drive carefully, drive slowly, handle knives with care, things are
yeah.
gonna happen.
And Capricorn tends to be somewhat obsessed with money too. The time with the bull being associated with finances as well. I know Capricorns tend to be very focused on financial abundance. It's one of their main focuses usually, typically, which to me was surprising as an earth element. But it is a physical form of abundance, so it does make sense.
I think the Capricornian headspace is focused on how to get the abundance. And
Yes.
we get the abundance through business, through contracts.
Mhm.
They're all about getting the contracts right. If you're dealing with a Capricornian person, the contracts will be done properly. There's no messing around.
Yeah.
You sign on the dotted line. It's all sorted. Don't mess with a Capricornian person when it comes to business, because they'll take you to the cleaners. They're like, you
Interesting.
sign this contract, you're done for. So
Yeah.
they're very
Capricorn.
headfast. And Taurus then represents when you've got it, like you've bypassed that whole process. It's just come to you. You've
Other
just
earth
got it.
element.
It's
Yeah.
abundance. You're enjoying it,
Security is a
and you're
is
just
Taurus,
enjoying the like. Yeah,
I would think. My father is a Taurus and I'm a Virgo, so we're both earth elements. But we have a very different type of means of going about getting abundance. As a Virgo, I'm a very industrious person. I enjoy to work. When I'm not at work, I like to work at home. I like to tidy up, do things, build something. My father, however, he will work when he has to work, but when it's not time for work, he loves to relax. He just loves to kind of lay about and relax like a bull whale. and the Bulls kind of they get a lot of work done, but they work hard and they play hard. So he'll just kind of watch football, aka take a nap for a few hours, a lot of times on the weekends, and he just enjoys reveling in relaxation and security. But I kind of seek excitement, maybe a little danger sometimes. I'm kind of a thrill seeker. I like exciting music, exciting places, exciting scenery. I like to travel in the wilderness and explore. Um, my father's pretty cool. He has explored the world. He's gone out in his youth to be able to backpack amongst some of the ruins of Machu Picchu, and he was able to bring me and my brothers out to see some of the ruins of Central America. So it's pretty impressive how a tourist can really have that financial stability and be able to um, really enjoy it. I think as a Virgo, I feel like I'm drawn towards financial abundance, but having been raised by a Taurus, I see that there's some detriment to gravitating towards money as an end goal, because my parents did pretty well, but they tended to want to constantly sell homes and renovate and sell homes and move around a lot, which is really hard for me as a kid. So I think for Earth elements, particularly Taurus and Virgo, it seems like there's blinders where they're seeing dollar signs and they're forgetting about a lot of other stuff. Things tend to kind of fall apart when money takes the first precedent.
I've always thought of the, like, if I look at the connection of the three earth signs, and I look at Capricorn is the contractor, the contractual binder, the lawyer, right? The lawyer gets involved. And Taurus is sort of like the one who's got the resources, the merchant, right?
Okay.
And Virgo is the accountant,
Mm,
the numbers cruncher,
number
right?
cruncher.
Like
Yeah.
Virgo's got that kind of wheel turning in the head of like keeping track of all the numbers.
Oh yeah.
So the Capricorn turns to the Virgo and says, "Show me the documents." And the Virgo presents the documents because they've got the documents ready. It's all right. All the numbers are on there, and the Capricorn decides, okay, this is the deal, and then the Taurus enacts it, because Taurus doesn't want to think too much about what they're doing. Just want to get on with it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Capricorn wants to be like, I'm in charge. I'm the lawyer, right? And Virgo is like, look, I'm not worried about all that nonsense. I just want to make sure that the sums are right. I just want to get all the sums right, like make sure that everything's fair, everything's right, everything's like, as it should be. Because Virgo is very much about perfection, right?
Mm-hmm.
About getting things right.
Constant
So,
improvement.
yeah, exactly. They don't want the numbers to be fudged.
No.
So Capricorn knows it can rely on Virgo. So these three have this, and Aries, interestingly, Mexico was talking about a connection between Aries, Taurus, and Capricorn. So Aries and Taurus are both cardinal signs, cardinal fire and cardinal earth. And cardinal fire and cardinal earth revolve around fixed earth, if that makes sense. It's like a revolution around this. So Capricorn as the cardinal earth is like we said, about taking charge of managing the resources. So Capricornian is like they want to be basically giving the law. And Aries is sort of the one that's going to mete out the law.
Got that ambition.
Aries is that cop that rocks up at your door
Yeah.
with a note from the lawyer saying you. And so, it's this like the little revolving set of doors. We can look at it in terms of the social structures that we live in, but there's definitely being reflected there. There's definitely a powerful connection between Aries and Capricorn, and
Oh yeah.
Taurus is sort of a balancing element.
I
It
feel like
brings it all back down to the
money and Aries knows how to spend money.
Yeah, exactly. And Taurus just is like the bank.
Yeah.
They're the bank. This one, I just like, Capricorn knows how to make the money increase, right?
Yeah.
They're like, this money's got to get more. And Taurus is just to hold on to it. Just keep it here. As long as I got the money, I'm happy. Like a bull. My moon's in Taurus, so I can relate very much to the Taurus energy, you know, to being able to like Taurus has got a lot of stamina.
Yeah.
So when they start going, they don't stop.
Yep.
But they can tend to like keep pushing too far and then fatigue themselves, and then they tend to run out of steam, But Aries is like a little bouncing goat, doing 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 doing, fiery fast and quickly jumping into action and then sleeping.
Yep. I see that.
And it's interesting that we say about the billy goat, right? The goat with the bill. You see, the bill, which comes from the court, is issued by Capricorn. The bill. The bill is given to Aries that rocks up at your door and is the act. It has to basically, what's the word? Officiate the bill. And then when the bill has been officiated by Aries, it gets put in the bank of Taurus. So that's sort of this financial connection between the three, which is rather interesting. And what might seem like we're going off the topic, but we're not, because this is a metaphor for magical force, right? So here we're looking at the ram and the goat, which are both goats. A ram is a goat. And it's the difference. They call them sugar. Those are the bravest creatures that I've ever seen in my life. They will jump up a mountain, man. And they will jump up high. You will be shocked at how high these creatures, and they will catch on with their hooves. And then they will launch themselves up higher. And you'll be like, okay. And like you watch this guy for like 15 minutes. It's amazing. They're like 100 meters high. And you're like, holy crap. That's like 100 meters high. He's still going. He's still giving it, like he's giving it steam, but he's not stopping. And then they'll slip. And you go, oh my God. And you hear this clack, 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 clack as they're falling down the cliff. And they'll somehow get hold of something, clink. And now they start again. They're still on their way up. And they'll keep doing that for like half an hour. As long as it takes, they will get to the top of that mountain or on top of a ledge where they can stop and rest. And I mean, they're really resilient little buggers that they don't give up.
Yeah, and ambitious as well. Want to go right to the top. They love to climb on things too. They'll climb on anything, your car, truck, whatever. They love to climb a tree as well, which is pretty impressive. To be able to climb trees with the hoofs, I wouldn't have expected it. Have you seen that before? The goats in the tree before? It's amazing.
They can go anywhere.
They really can.
It's because they're just brave.
They're very persistent. They don't give up.
Yeah, so that's the Aries and the Capricorn share that quality on a different frequency. The Aries are like very warrior oriented, very brave warrior, like go out there and like head first, run, bump into it and go, ouch.
Yeah.
Didn't you look? I didn't need to. My mom's Aries. And speaking of Aries, she used to do flying trapeze.
Wow. Brave.
Like that woman had brass balls, man.
Wow.
I was a little boy and I'd climb up there and I'd be like, whoa, this is high. And then I remember like my mom's doing all the somersaults up there in the air and the man's catching her feet and she's upside down and he's throwing her and she's doing somersaults and that guy's catching her hand. And I was like, now that I think about it, my mom's crazy. You got to be hardwired to do something like that.
You do. Yeah. Gotta love excitement for that. That's wild.
Yeah. I must admit, I did enjoy being in the circus because I got to go into the circus. She was always training. So I used to go and play with the lion trainer and get too close to the lions. Be like, get away from the lions. Oh, come on. And the elephants, they had like creatures in and I didn't really realize what, although most of the animals that I saw in those days, they seemed to be like fairly happy. I remember the lions. They seemed pretty cool. They'd like chill out. Like they'd go outside. They'd have like an enclosure and they'd go and lie down. Just like look at you. and they didn't seem at all aggressive. That didn't seem like there was anything to be scared of. Such like interesting creatures. But hello, my Sherry. How are you? Much love, much love. Aloha, aloha. Yeah, so the interesting point that we've coming up here to the contracts of the goat and the enactment of the passions. The passions need to be involved in all magical rites. So one needs to be passionate about what one's doing. And so this is what makes one want to manifest. The power comes from your passion, which is what the ions of your passion that charge the intention to move in that direction. And then they will imbue that with contracts if it's a sorcerer. But if you're working with elemental magic, you don't need to have a contractual subsidiary, right? Elemental magic is more like allow the base elemental energetic intelligences to work for you, because they do. So you don't have to make a deal with the elements, right? You don't have to say to the fire, well, I'll give you this if you give me that. It just does what you tell it. It's like the difference between getting my dog to sit or getting a stranger to sit. If I want a stranger to sit, I might say, how much is it going to cost me to make you sit? Everybody's got a price. Go on, so how much is it going to cost? Give you $100. Will you sit down? Maybe. You know what I mean? Dog, you don't have to give me anything. You say sit. He'll sit. So it's like that, you know, because they are subservient to us. The elemental energetic intelligences are by nature an extension of our being. So they are subservient to us because they exist within us. And they are sort of a part of us. Where the contracts made in sorcery are with external intelligences that are extra dimensional beings that are able to do things that we can't necessarily easily do right now, that we're not aware of doing. But those beings have their own agendas, where the elemental, there isn't their own agenda. If we're using the elemental energy of fire for candle magic, we don't have to give the candle or give the flame anything, if that makes sense, other than just allow the flame to be.
Yep.
What is Rob asking here? Do you know? Purba. What is that?
Rodeo.
Hey, dear brother Kala, Dr. K.
Purba.
Yes, partners in crime. I like the way you put that. All money is a bit of a crime, if we're going to be honest. And I suppose that's how, you know, the financial system is rigged up around us. So the sorcery is sort of, you could think of it as the basis from which the financial system has arisen. Because we started making contracts, and those contracts involved the moon. Why the moon? Because the moon symbolizes life and death. So because the moon symbolizes life and death, to make a contract with the moon is to contract with blood, because the blood of the moon. So money is a placeholder for killing. What a concept. And so that's why the money has to be consecrated with sigils and symbols, so that we know who the money belongs to that we're using. And it doesn't belong to us. In the same way that we're using the blood of a Capricornian creature, the goat, in order to achieve the power of our spells, that goat doesn't belong to us. We have to borrow Saturn's power in a sorceress event. And then there's a middleman, a contractee, a contractor, right? We have to make this contract. So it's rather quite interesting, the way this has all been sort of orchestrated into money. And I think that money is an extension of sorcery. What do you think about that?
I think so too. I feel like money is inherently evil. They say that the root of all evil is the love of money, not money itself. I feel like in today's society, money is kind of a necessary evil somewhat, but to love money, that's where people really lose themselves. I've seen that in my family. We're Italian on both sides, and a lot of people just get obsessed with gambling. And so I kind of, as a person that's trying to see like what's really going on here, very critical Virgo, I'm trying to figure out, is this worthwhile? Is this really helping them? And so when I broke down the numbers, it was really sad. People were spending like $100,000 a year to make $10,000 in a win. They got them really excited and they brag about and tell everybody about. And I was just cringing. I was like, wow, this is so sad. I hope I don't end up like this. And I've made sure not to get involved in gambling because I'm very impulsive Italian. So I'm kind of drawn towards it. I don't really gamble, but my girlfriends like to gamble. My girlfriend right now, she loves to get scratch tickets. My last girlfriend did too. But last night I won $100. I'm a life number 7, so I'm inherently lucky. So it's kind of risky for me because I could win a lot in gambling, more than most people. It doesn't appeal to me. I've seen the detriments of money, and I know that when I have money, I get more focused on the things money can buy and don't really focus too much on the things money can't buy, which are the things that I really need in life. I might want things that money can buy, but I need things that money can't buy. So for me, not having money is really a blessing. It helped me learn on focusing on what my true priorities are. I feel like money is helpful for the collective in some ways to allow people to function and be practical at some degree. But at the same time, I feel like it would be way better to have a barter trade society. It would not be as convenient necessarily. I think it would be more abundant. I think instead of having something that represents abundance, we would actually have the abundance itself.
I think as well. I think you're completely right with the abundance element. There's something to that. We've got Dr. K in the house. Welcome, Dr. K. Thank you for joining us. Always an honor to have you here. What a lovely 3-0 to start. We're waiting for Lily. She's been having problems with her internet. Her apparently the winds are so powerful out there. It's blown her things around and it's not working. So she's hoping that she'll be on soon. I'm going to check in with her in a few minutes. But we've got Dr. K here. Dr. K is a fascinating gentleman. He's embedded within numerology primarily as his sort of first love, if I can put it in such terms. All different forms of numerology, from Chaldean to Sumerian to the ones that we know more commonly. Also various different schools of occult thinking and occult therapeutics and occult philosophy, and also quite well versed in the tinfoil hat stories that we've been sort of touching on here with money, and goats. So thank you for joining us, dear Dr. K, and welcome. And do please introduce yourself, give us a little bit of a blog. By the way, his channel you can find in my recommended channels. It's there. And he's been running a lot of lives. Welcome, dear brother.
Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Franklin, for that wonderful introduction as always. Thank you for having me once again. Love, peace, and power, Indy. You are going in. It's wonderful to see you both. Love, peace, and power to everybody in the chat. I really didn't want to interrupt the flow. Indy, you have, it's beautiful when confirmations occur in real time.
Yes.
One of the main reasons to study anything, but especially the occult, is so that we can know ourselves. Know thyself is the central and primary tenet of all occult practices and mystery schools, right? So the purpose of that is so you can understand your character role, you can understand who you incarnated as and what your body is ruled under. But are we not more than our body? Right? Like that's something to think about. So if you think about it in terms of an actor, right? An actor who's really, really into a character, who is channeling, right? In order to break the character, they need to know the entire script. Right. I'm a big fan of documentaries and director's commentary when it comes to movies, right? So you'd be amazed how many scenes are actually improvised, or how many scenes where a character will go against a script or a line because it's not truly in tune with the character, right? If we have a template to follow and we're just writing it down, well, sevens usually do this, and Capricorns usually do this, and Aries usually do that. What about what happens when you evolve? So I say all that to say the confirmation that I just got from watching you is how much work you've actually done. And not just the shadow work. The shadow work is central, and it is imperative. It must be done. We all must do it. But you can see in your mentality and in your energy how that works. What am I talking about? Seven is the most unluckiest number, right? Seven is so unlucky. That's why they use it in casinos. But it becomes lucky when there are two or more gathered. So they use three, and three represents the slot machine or the jackpot. But that is specifically to attract people who have bad luck. It's magnetic. You see,
It's like,
seven in numerology, seven was the first form of completion, because seven was like, if we look into astrology, for example, the planetary bodies, whatever they may be, um, there are seven planets that are visible to the naked eye. So if we can see it, it must be real. And then with the invention of telescopes and technology and spiritual astral traveling and all sorts of things, not just technology, our spiritual technology as well, there are two other planets discovered that we cannot see with the naked eye, right? But that doesn't include your third or first eye. You see how that works? So the fact that you um, feel lucky or think that you are lucky is a definite sign of the work that you've done, because I guarantee you didn't always feel like that, especially in your youth. So I would just like people to take note of what actual work in progress looks like. You see that it epitomized in indie. Um, and something else you guys were talking about with Aries and Capricorn. One obvious connection, and this is one reason why I love to focus or use numerology as a lens. It's very obvious to see a connection between Aries and Capricorn, aside from the fact that they're cardinal points. But Aries is the first sign, and Capricorn is the 10th. So essentially, we're talking about one and one. So essentially, you're talking about mirrors from a different perspective.
yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I think seven is inherently lucky. The life number seven is supposed to be inherently lucky and get away with things. I think that's in part to do with the fact that seven is inherently self-isolating. And so by being complete, there's really no need for someone else to complete a number seven. It's not really much of a draw there. So I feel like sevens have a lot of time on their hands. They're just usually lonely, probably get into some deep mystical stuff to distract themselves with, stay occupied. Well, they have the luxury of being able to get involved with things like philosophy with their time that they have. That would be, with most others would have time being spent in social environments, whereas a seven would probably spend that time alone.
Well,
I hit
there's definitely
777 last night.
Excellent, excellent. The interesting thing about seven, you pretty much called it to a T. The seven is the lone wolf, naturally intuitive, naturally introverted. the genius, extremely high IQ. Um, they tend to have more book smarts than street smarts, but that's not always the case. 7 is the number of technology, so they're typically very tech savvy, and that's also how, especially in this age, how they tend to get a lot of their information. Um, they can have a gambling problem. They tend to be drawn to that. So that's what you said about gambling is excellent. That's another aspect of the work you've done. Um, they tend to be misunderstood by a lot of people. That's why they as a numerical frequency, 7 has more enemies than any other number. They're friendly with the 3, which is interesting because 3 and 7 make 1. So you become a force of leadership together. You'll notice with 3s. 7s also love their own energy, so you'll notice you and other 7s will get along, and this isn't central to just people. This is people, places, and things. Places can have 7 energy, cities can have 7 energy, countries, states, um, addresses. Everything is numerical. It's just about how we choose to look at it. Um, you tend to vibrate towards 11 energy. Interestingly enough, because today is an 11 day. Um, and that's not necessarily because it's a good relationship. Sometimes it can feel because the 7 is isolated. The 11 doesn't care as much for the 7 because the 11 is much more emotional and needs to be taken care of in that regard. But 11 and 7 is 18, which is 9. So it's another form of completion. Um, there's a lot.
It's interesting.
You know what I mean?
Interesting that you mentioned the completion, because I think obviously 9 is a very lucky number. 3 is a very lucky number. 6 is a lucky number. So 3 is probably like, very rather fundamentally lucky. When things come in 3s, you're really you're gonna get it like good. Jupiter, bringing that Jupiterian energy in. I think 7 maybe is considered not as lucky. I wouldn't say unlucky. I would just say maybe 7s don't have the impetus to desire money. Maybe that's what it is. And so it will attract towards stuff and manifest that which you desire. I think 7 is maybe lucky in the sphere of wisdom, because to a 7 number, maybe they're more interested in knowledge and wisdom in the inner. And I think 9 is just basically quite emotional and quite passionate. And so because 9 is quite a powerfully emotional and passionate, there's a lot of ionization in the energy field, which means it's easy to manifest. 3, I think 3 is just inherently positive, right? Like 3s are just like, yeah, I can do. And that positive affirmation makes things happen. 6 is sort of like not that fast in the outcome. So they're not preventing themselves from being lucky. Wow. People phoning me now. I think it's really interesting when we look at the numbers and luck, because I think this luck is what we're talking about. Much of magic has to do with generating luck. I've got to go and turn off that phone. It's really annoying.
I feel like there's some aspect with the 7 where it comes to the point of the 7s can be lucky where they get away with things because they're kind of under the radar. People don't really know what they're doing. A lot of times stuff's over their head. When they talk to them, it's like, I don't understand what they're talking about. It's a little too far, too deep for me. Or they'll say like, that person kind of mystifies me. I don't really know what they do. They don't really communicate to me like everyone else does on regular stuff like come over and talk about the weather and sports, things like that. I don't get involved in a lot of mainstream media because I'm more involved in mystical things involving wisdom, different circles of esoteric things, and also with my Scorpio moon, it draws me into the unknown. I want to know everything about the unknown, go into the darkness, into the shadows, find the answers. Might be an
Indeed.
integrated.
Something to remember with the seven. The seven is where life paths begin to get old, right? Some of the more older souls with the more older aspects. You know how we choose to incarnate is very intentional. So 1 through 6 are the younger life paths, or at least they're under the illusion physically that they are younger. The 7, 8, and the 9 tend to be older. The 11, the 22, and the 33 tend to be the oldest. This isn't always the case. There are exceptions, but you'll see fewer master number life paths. But the master number life paths are secondarily to 4 and 6, uh, respectively. So there's a lot of different aspects, much like with astrology. If we think about back in the 80s, it used to be a pickup line. People would say, "Hey, what's your sign?" And your sign was the only focus. Today, that's changed to a large degree because now there's more focus on your sun sign, your moon sign, and your rising, right? It's kind of like the Holy Trinity. Now, those of us who really study and get into it, we know that there's much more than that. You have multiple placements. There's 12 houses, and we can go beyond that depending on which system you use. So it's imperative to know these different systems. You don't want to get stuck into one, but the 7 being attracted to the occult and to metaphysics and to all things scientific, that intimidates a lot of people. So we can interpret it as you have more enemies on that 7 frequency. That's just one way to look at it, but that speaks to the power of that 7 as well. And we have to also remember that 7 runs this so-called matrix. 7 days of the weeks, 7 supposed continents, 7 seas, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think the whole thing with 7, like it dawned on me when I first started relating to the number 7, and was that 7 represents the gateways to the mysteries. And that's sort of what Venus represents. So when we think about Venus and we think about Lucy, Fair, or the Lu, cipher, Lu meaning light, cipher, light cipher, the image that brings light, the light that brings consciousness, the expansion, the enlightenment, is represented by 7, I think. Something interesting that Meta was talking about, number 10, I think 10 represents knowledge. And the knowledge of the wisdom being embedded within the understanding gives the rise to the knowledge which can be analyzed. This is how I see the number 10 representing the 1 and the 0, the masculine and the feminine. But when we're looking at enlightenment, to bring the light of consciousness, the awareness, the enlightenment, I think the number 7 represents that, which is why it's such an internalizing number, which is why it's so singular. And so this sort of takes us into an interesting concept here with witchcraft. You see, 7s are ascetics. Witches are in covens Magicians are in groups of magicians often. When we're looking at the number 7, I think the shaman is probably the closest embodiment of a spiritual practitioner of the number 7, because they literally go off on their own as an ascetic, or any ascetic that is on their own, not in a group, because you don't really find groups of shaman doing like things together. This is not how it works. It's each one just goes off, does his thing, and that's what it is. And where in a coven, they work in groups. The Masons work in groups. The elemental magics will work in groups. They'll create a drama, and each one will represent a station. You'll be dancing fire. You'll be representing air. Each one will say a piece of verse or a poem or a sacred chant that represents that frequency, and you'll be holding that space in a circle. And each person will have their place in the rites of high magics. But with the shaman, it's something different. They literally just go off on their own and they just go inwards. They use the sound of rhythm, and they use that rhythm to just go inwards, which is just a pure inward journey towards the light. And that's all there is to it. There's no there's not much knowledge, there's not much complexity. It's really more about the practice. It's about the doing. It's more about playing that drum and actually going into a trance than it is about learning these things and those things, which is interesting. When I first bounced into shamanism, my biggest barrier was all the occult that I'd been practicing and learning throughout my life. Funnily. And I realized why shamanism had called me, because I had, I picked up a lot of non-clutter in my head from the traditions that I'd been initiated into, and the practices that I'd been doing for 12 years, 13 years before I found the shamanic path, or started to find the shamanic path, shall I say. It took a while. And so it's interesting. 7 is the light, the rainbow that you got to move to get to that pot of gold, if you want to consider it as such. So that's why we speak of the 7 rays, because the 7, you see the when we look at a cube, the magical cube, which is essentially, and it's based, this is important to understand. The reason we have a double cube as a ritual, look at the magician. Look what's in front of him. It should be a double cube. That table should be the shape of a double cube. A cube stacked on top of another cube. And so we've got the idea of 6 dimensions with 6 dimensions into a cohesion. But each one of them has a center. So we've got 7 and 7 cohesing. And when the 7 and the 7 coheses, we get 5. And so the pentagram is invoked when we are with the double cube. So all of the witches and all of the occult practitioners would have a pentacle or a pentagram representing the powers of mankind. And so the number 5 represents the divine will in action. And so the mercurial spirit is binding the passions of Mars when we look at this number 5. So there's this very interesting relationship between the double cube, the 5, the pentagram, and the 7. But the 7 is why you're doing it. It's sort of like the reason behind it all, in a sense. And I think it's why it's one of the numbers which is least understood often, because everybody, like you probably find that a lot. Is that right, Kalaya? Everybody just assumes they understand 7, and when they actually realize that 7 is a lonely number that's all into itself, they go, "Oh, I didn't think that," right? Because they don't realize that it's very much about being the sacrificial lamb, isn't it?
Oh, indeed. There's a level of natural alienation, of natural conflict, almost to the point to where the 7 doesn't feel comfortable even in their own skin, especially earlier in life. It's something that they really have to. They're forced to mature early. Um, you can see this also in certain aspects of the zodiac. You know, Capricorn, Scorpio, for example, they both deal with loss and death very early in life, and they're forced to mature. You can see this numerically in frequency. It is anything but easy.
Yeah, that's interesting because, like, on one level, I'm a 4, which is considered unlucky because of its association with death. Go figure that I drowned as a kid, and it wasn't fun. It wasn't. I did not think it was lucky. So I did not think there was anything lucky about falling in that water. Well, the way it felt was not fun, and then what followed wasn't lucky either. I mean, I've been able to tap something from it, luckily in life, but so that 4 element, which relates to death, which relates to being square, which relates to sort of, I think 4 relates to finishing the contracts, in a sense, like paying your dues. And nobody likes to pay their dues, right? Like, dues paid, life and death, dues paid. But then my other numbers are the 9, which is like my names. But that's obviously broken into the vowels and the consonants, which is the 3 and the 6, or the 6 and the 3. So that's interesting. When I look at myself, I've got the 6, the 3, the 9, and I've got the 4, which are in the Chinese zodiac, like, the 4 is not supposed to be a lucky number at all. But I think that I've been very lucky. Like, I've been extremely lucky. My ex-wife couldn't believe how lucky I was. Like I think we generate luck. I think my luck is the 6, the 3, and the 9. That I'm able to actually generate luck with my names, and which is quite interesting. And when we look at the life path number, it says something different. I think it's quite interesting how the names are sort of our powers that we have, and our life path is sort of what we have to face. Would you say that's accurate, Kala?
To a large degree. To a large degree. There's so many different aspects to look at these numbers from. For example, 4 would actually be one of the primary numbers of wealth, right? Take, for example, Jay-Z and Beyonce, right? The 2 names just about everybody in the world knows. They both have birthdays on the 4th. They live in one of their mansions is actually in the shape of a 4, right? They do a lot of things that resonate with 4 energy. Not just because it's wealth, even though they are largely associated with money, but because it is a generator, right? It is foundational. It is the algorithm itself is hard work, and hard work doesn't always mean physical. You know, mentally, you have to do a lot of heavy lifting. The 3, the 6, and the 9 represent spirit, right? Ultimately, 3 is manifestation. 3 is also the genius and the creative. It also represents the child, and 3 represents gaming. You know, so for example, if we were to look at the number 12, the 12 would also be a hidden 3. You know, so once we get past 10, I think Meta and Cherie were talking about 10 representing wisdom. That's very true, because 1 is the divine masculine, 0 is the divine feminine, and that can get intricate because technically there are only 9 numbers, but the 9 is actually a hidden 0 because it magnifies whatever you put it next to. You see, so there's a lot of different aspects to look at it, to look at this thing from. You really want that bird's eye view.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Because when we look at and to look at the magical tradition of the Vedic tradition, which is deeply embedded within natural magical systems. Shiva devotion. And Shiva's master number is the number 5. And this represents that which curtails all other numbers, in a sense, or that which, from a Vedic perspective, which can limit all things, which is very interesting. But in limiting of things, there is a freedom which relates to beyond. Or is this my internet dropping, or are we all good? Things went weird.
Just a
Are
little
you
in
guys
and out for a second, but I think it's all. I think it's all right.
okay? Great. I just saw the screen like jiggling around, wheels turning everywhere. I didn't know if it was me or if it was the cloud that we're surfing on. So that's quite interesting when we look at these numerations, and we look at these numerations as they represent the magical acts, the witchcraft. I wish we had our witches here. No, lovely if we had our witch. Excuse me while I switch internet connections quickly.
So I find it interesting that 4 is a money number, and in the Chinese numerology, strangely, it's associated with death. I interpret that as possibly, you know, ego death, not necessarily like mortality necessarily, but I feel like 4 has a chance for a rebirth, like a retransfer, like a emerging from the cocoon as something new. That's what I feel like 4 has. And I feel like there's an element of money to that, like to be able to turn things around for yourself and make things start flowing in your life. I feel like it could happen not only financially, but spiritually as well. A lot of people at the number 4 have been able to transform themselves, I feel like.
Oh, most definitely. It is highly transformative, and it's interesting that you bring up the Chinese, because while 4 is like hush, you know, like they don't even speak 4 correctly, right? But when you look at numerology, the soulmate number of the 4 is the 8, and the 8 is the most revered number in China. For those who remember, and mind you, the Olympics are coming up, right? But for those who remember, when China did the Olympics on 8/8/2008, right? They became a worldwide economic powerhouse again less than 2 years later, because they knew exactly what they were doing. They actually even started the ceremony at 8 p.m. You know, so the understanding of numerology goes a lot deeper than we think. 4 has negative or enemies in the form of the 1, the 7, and the 9. It's very friendly with the master number 22. But the 4 will give up all this energy to a 7, right? Because the 4 feels seen, and it feels it feels used. It doesn't matter if it's complete usury, right? Because together that 4 and that 7 make that 11. So they both get the gift of sight because of their union, because of their partnership.
That's an interesting perspective of the 4 being used, and I can see where you're digging that out of. It's a very interesting perspective, and I think we're like really reaching into natural magic here in its most fundamental way, because this is something which is very accessible to everybody. Numbers. I mean, you deal with it every day. Like like Dr. K is saying, when the Chinese did the Olympics, they got their numbers right. They knew exactly what they were doing. They were using natural magic just by like what time you do it. What time do you go into a bank to get money? It matters. What date do you transact on? Choose your lucky days to transact. Choose lucky hours to transact. When it comes to money, choose the right time of day to speak to your girlfriend. To make love. To choose the right time to cut the grass, cause death. Choose the right time to plant your seeds and the right date. All of these things are going to have like a very powerful effect on one's life. So we have like a natural doorway into the arcane. And we're so surrounded by numbers that it's literally difficult not to make it a part of our lives, which is rather interesting if we consider it. I think that this is possibly one of the most powerful things that people can realize, and it's something that we often take for granted. Just exactly how much power we have with numbers. That's incredible. Like my rosaries here, so this has got 54 beads on it, right? This has got 33. This is called a kanti. The kanti has got 33. It's specifically 33 for a particular reason, right? That's 6, bringing that harmony into the physical body. The 6 of Vishnu. Although the 108 is based on 9, right? And so we've got 12 cycles of 9. So we brought 3 into 9 and made the 12 cycles happen through the 9. So we've multiplied the 3, or we've multiplied the 4 by the 3 in order to make it 12, so that we can multiply the 9 by 12 to make 108. You see, there's a very interesting loop of numbers happening here. And so when you're chanting 108 times, something very important happens on that particular numerological cycle of chanting. So if you're chanting a mantra 108 times, you have that Guru Dakshina, which is 109, which is now, that's the moment of knowledge. That's the moment where you stop chanting. You become silent. And the masculine and the feminine can merge. The 109th. Bringing us to 1 and 9. The beginning and the ending. The alpha and the omega. But when you put them together, you end up with 10, which is the 1 and the 0. So you've got this very interesting series of numbers. And then, of course, 108 is the number of degrees if we look at a pentagram. And 108 is sitting opposite 72. So on a straight line, you got 108, you got 72. If you take another straight line off of that line, and you make sure that that line is based on the same gradient, and you break that other number into 108 and 172, and you connect those two numbers up, the next one will be also sitting on 108 and 72. If you keep doing that, you've built a pentagram, which is rather interesting. So the number 9 gives us the number 5, which is rather fascinating when you look at it. So 5 is the number of Shiva, the number of meditation, the number of absorbing the senses out of the physical body so that one can transcend the physical limitations of flesh and move into a pure spiritual state of consciousness outside of the body, which is pure shamanism. And the number 5 gets its power from the number 9. And it braces itself between the 6 and the 3. Because the 6 and the 12. 12 is the 3. It's the master number subset of 1 and 2, which is unity and duality in a singular construct, representing that energy which is complete in itself, the center representing all things as a reflection of itself, and the energy that it takes to manifest all of the diversity from unity. So the number 12 represents that powerful spin. So when we start to look at like how powerful a pentagram is and what it holds within it, we see why the 109 mala beads. So mine is a short mala. It's a 54. I'm a 4. So I like having 4s around me. So I have to do a double cycle when I chant with my 54 mala. I have to chant it one way and back again to make 108. And then my Guru Dakshina is that moment of silence between the 108, which is 10. So it brings us back to unity, but within the field of the divine feminine, like Kalal was saying, the 10 represents that very powerful element. So it's interesting when we start to look at how natural magic becomes our religion. And as I was speaking about Christianity earlier, I don't know if you heard it, Kalal, but basically about how all of the rituals in Christianity are essentially magical rituals. Are the same in many, elemental magic, natural magic, from holy water to baptism to the cross on the wall to the cross over your chest to, the candles they light in the Catholic Church to laying on of hands and praying for someone. These are all magical acts. So even our religion is reflecting these magical powers being moved, and they are all essentially the reflection of moving the numerations around. And so Shiva, being the number 5, represents the power of 9. I don't know. What do you think, Dr. K? Like, how does that sit on your tongue?
That is exactly true, especially with Christianity. Anyone who's ever lit a candle in a Catholic church, sometimes, there are whole books written on the experiences people have had, right down to exorcisms, energies following them home. With 5, it's interesting that you bring up Shiva, because Shiva is one of the representations of the heart, right? But 5 is the heart of numbers, right? There's only 9 numbers, 1 through 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's right there at the heart. So that makes perfect sense. Also because 5 represents freedom. It represents travel. It represents sex. We know that Shiva, when he has his dance with Shakti, that destroys and rebuilds universes. Right? We're talking about reincarnation. We're talking about incubating life itself. 5 is the number of entertainment, hospitality, health, good looks, very free, very fun, very lively, very smart, due to experience, because the 5, it gains exponentially and learns exponentially through travel. It gets much more than, say, the 4. The 4 deals with foundation, and the 4 is mesmerized by the 5, because the 4 tends to be rooted in one area. It can't just pick up and go like that, whereas the 5 is all over the place. So it's very interesting to see enacted in terms of um, the ritualistic sciences, the alchemical practices in Christianity. Um, Numerology and astrology always stand out, because 2 of the Bible's biggest characters are Moses and Jesus, right? In Islam, there would be Musa and Isa. Um, not only do they have the same story, but the way that story starts is extremely telling. You have astrologers, soothsayers, numerologists, advisors, astrologists saying the exact same thing. This star foretells this person's birth. They're going to do this and they're going to do that. But in the same breath, they'll tell you not to use these practices. These people should be killed. These people should be shunned. These sciences should not be paid any attention to. But you use them to denote the birth of both Moses and Jesus. We have to think about this. We know that, Moses was supposedly trained in all the arts of the Egyptians, right? Well, Jesus had to hide out in Egypt. So not only are we talking about the same sciences from the same master masons, but we're talking about the order of Melchizedek. We're talking about the Gnostics. We're talking about the Essenes. We're talking about the Nazarenes, which had absolutely nothing to do with Nazareth. That's a completely different sect. So there's a lot of information that kind of gets glossed over. On top of the cannibalism, on top of the fact that you had Solomon, healing himself with the blood of children, which is adrenochrome, on top of the, sex acts and rituals and orgies, there's so much that just kind of gets walked over and walked around. The pastor and the priest are not going to talk about it. You don't even have to go to the Apocrypha, to see some of the more extreme things that you might find in the Book of Jasper, or the Book of Jubilees. The Bible has more than enough.
Is it just me, or did Dr. K fall off?
He fell off. We lost him. He'll be back, I'm sure. But it was interesting to me. I found out recently that Moses was the teacher of Orpheus, who was said to have been the first theologian. I did not know that until recently. That surprised me. I felt like Moses' brother Aaron was very astute scribe and was initiated into the order of Melchizedek. But I don't know that Moses was. He very well may have been. But I do know that he was a savage warrior as well. And so in the Bible, that's called into question as to whether he should be given the gifts that he had been given because of the atrocities he had committed. But I feel like his humility was allowing him to receive those gifts. He said when he was given the tablets that, I don't know if you want to give these to me, and my words are not good. But he was given them anyhow. So, but it shocked me how when Moses was given the tablets by Jehovah, he smashed them and then rewrote them. I've never understood that. And I really want to know why that happened. What was going on there? I have so many ideas about it. And I feel like he had to really make it distinctly prescribed to what they were dealing with. And
I think we're talking about those tablets.
Yeah.
I mean, when we're talking about Moses, I get the feeling we're talking about a much more ancient time than what we think we're talking about. And the tablets that were gotten on top of the mountain, could Moses be the same guy who went up with Enki onto a mountain, and there was a special house on top of the mountain where he got given a special pen to inscribe these tablets? And maybe when he came down, he realized humanity wasn't ready for the knowledge. And maybe those knowledge, the tablets were telling us that we were as gods, which I think is quite an interesting point. PK, you're asking a really fascinating question here. True names. I think the true names of things represents the true numbers and numerations of things. And like we're saying that we have a certain amount of control over our reality by using the principles of natural magic, which are controlling the numerations as we move through the numerations along the path of numerations in life in order to populate our lives with the reflections of the numerations that will bring the substances that we desire, or the reflections of these, into our lives, into being, as it were. So knowing the true name of a being will give you an understanding of the numerations in that name and the way that the numerations are structured, which will give you an insight to the sacred geometry of that name. And when you know that name and you understand the geometric reflections of that name and the numerations, the sacred geometry related to it, then you will understand the being. And is it not true that when you really know someone well, it's much easier to manipulate them? I don't know. What do you say? Dr. Cow, you with us?
Yes, yes, that is a marvelous, marvelous question. I would say this. If you are walking down the street and someone says, "Hey, PK," there's a chance you might turn around and look to see who it is, depending on whether or not you may recognize the voice or not, right? If that same person, whether you recognize the voice or not, was to scream out your given name, your full given name, I don't care what the voice sounds like, you're going to turn around because perhaps everybody just doesn't know that. You know what I mean? So there is power in the name. If I give you the world's greatest cell phone, the new iPhone 36 or whatever, it means nothing if you don't know the phone number to call. It means nothing if you don't know your own phone number. So a name is no different than a phone number. A name is no different than an address. If I tell you I live on 3rd Avenue, it means nothing if you don't know my address. You see what I mean? So these names are extremely significant because you can say this demon or this spirit or this deity, but to call their name, to know a name is to have power over a thing.
Exactly, because the name represents sounds, and the sounds represent geometry, represent numbers, and we are able to activate harmonic. Let me give you an example. If you're in a meeting, a business meeting, and this is 101 business tactics, and you want to negotiate with someone, you'll say their name. You're going to have a much better time negotiating. If you're in a meeting and you say, "John, I wanted to ask you, what about this?" You're going to get a much more of John's attention and awareness if you use his name. So by me using your name, I'm taking your awareness, all of it. When someone says your name, they've got your attention. Where attention goes, energy flows. So if you can know the name and pronounce the name and understand the numerations and understand the workings of this being's consciousness based upon the numerations, which are the sacred geometric patterns of consciousness that are the structure of that being reflected at you as a concept, reflected by sound as a name, then you're going to be able to understand how that being's mind works, be able to use the name to get that being's full attention, and then be able to bind that being's attention in your tail. Your tail, right? What you're telling. And so the storytelling becomes the spell of the tail, where you bind him to your tail so that he must follow you around. And it's all entailed in what you say. So the name, I think, is the precursor to binding these beings in power and gaining the secrets of this being's deepest heart of hearts. And thus this being is now in your hand, as it were. Because if you know what this being wants, you know what this being's desires are, then you're going to be able to predict what this being's thoughts, attentions, and possible choices will be. And so you will be one step ahead of this being, able to put this being into a spell. I hope that makes sense. Hold on. We've got Cosmic Prankster here. Welcome, dear Cosmic Prankster.
Hey, what's up? Sorry I'm late.
It's absolutely lovely to have you here. For those of you that don't know the Cosmic Prankster, he's our Fae guy. I call him our Fae guy because he's been channeling the Fae for a long, long time. and more than just channeling the Fae. It's not just fun. Let's have a little chat. He's writing a thesis, effectively. The thesis is an entire magical system and an entire magical egregoric knowledge base of the structure of reality and how to work this magic. Ultimately, is probably where it's going to go. And he's the cosmic practicer. So welcome, dear brother. It's an honor to have you here with us.
Yeah.
Do please introduce yourself. And
you basically gave me a pretty good summary there. I am, in fact, a Fae channeler, and basically working on a basically learning from them how to understand higher dimensional spaces and just basically mind space in general, and the magic system that sort of goes along with it. It's very different than a lot of other magic systems out there, because it relies on kind of like different sources of energy or deities and stuff. It's all about it's all about reaching out into like extra dimensions and sort of seeing the reality from kind of a bird's eye view and sort of working outside of it. So that's kind of what I've been working on.
Well, lovely, brother. Lovely to have you with us. We've got such great conversation coming up here. I think knowing the name is closest in this context means that you truly understand and know something. Yeah, exactly, PK. And that knowledge is power. And that attention that you combined with the name is how you can utilize that power to bind that being. This is how Aladdin's lamps were created. Or you could use a lamp. You could use a crystal. You could use many things to bind a being in. When I've removed harmful beings from spaces, at times I've used objects to bind a being to an object, to remove the object, to take the being away, to put the being out in the wilderness, give it an opportunity to be freed by the elements of nature, So that's very, very real, very true. And I think it's also, knowing who and what they are exactly. Knowledge is power, because I know who I am. I know what I want and what I need and what I desire. So it's easier to get someone to do what you want if you know them well, because you'll know how to talk to them. You'll know what's going to resonate with them, and you'll be able to give them what they want in order for them to give you what you want. It makes for a good ability to transact effectively. Mexico asked a really great question. What was it? Is it later down the line? Mexico asked this wonderful question, and I hope I'm going to get to it. It slipped my mind. But yeah, PK, you're totally on the right track. What was the question that Mexico asked? What about sigils? Yes, sigils. A sigil is a name, essentially, but it's a name that's put into code. It can be any word, or it can be a series of words. I've if you want to create a sigil, you can create a sigil out of a sentence, out of a phrase. And you would then create each sigil as a word, and then combine these three sigils and put them into a context so that you've got a power sigil, which could be an entire phrase, a magical phrase, for example. They're quite easy to create. I don't recommend that people go creating sigils in a hurry. For me, if I want to create a sigil, I won't spend anything less than 3 months to 6 months to create a sigil. Just as an example. And I haven't gone creating a lot of sigils. Like, the less, the better. I think that when you create a sigil, you are creating an externalization of your soul. This is what I feel. So when it comes to that, less is more. Like really, how to do it, how to explain this. To do something once and to do it properly is better than to do something 50 times and to do it like half job. If that makes sense. So you want to get that one sigil that really captures what it is that you want to express. And they're very powerful sigils. They have huge effects on your aura, have huge effects on your consciousness, have huge effects on your thoughts and your awareness. They will change who you are by just the act of creating a sigil is a very powerful magical spell. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Sigil magic.
I think sigils are awesome. I think I have a lot of respect and admiration for the time and dedication you take to make your sigil. You definitely want to do it right the first time. You're essentially you're making a spiritual phone call, and you can't have a cause without an effect. So if that's calling to you, if you have a natural curiosity about it, whatever it may be, you want to listen to that. But if something is calling you to make your own sigils, by all means, study them further. Take heed of what Bush Whisperer said, and see where it leads you. But it is definitely a powerful and effective science.
Yeah, I would say it's probably the core of most magic, essentially, and it's essentially where our alphabets came from. Are there not sigils that were created long time ago? Very powerful sigils.
We tend to forget that. This is what the alphabet is in any language. If you want a really good idea of how far that can go on the spectrum, look into cuneiform, and then look into Japanese kanji, right? Look into Sanskrit, look into Spanish. Turn it 90 degrees and you'll have French. It's amazing how these things fit together, but ultimately say the same thing, but we have different derivatives depending on where we're located.
That is so true. Here's an interesting question. Cosmic, what have the Fae spoken to you about with regards to sigils? Because you've basically created a whole set of sigils.
It's a weird thing to think about. They talk about sometimes basically like encrypting spells. So the idea is it's like a combination of you say the actual spells and magic words and you mix them with the kind of speaking in tongues glossolalia freestyle. So it's almost like with some of these, like when you chant a certain spell or a mantra, it's almost kind of like it requires a certain amount of improvisation. So I'll give you an example. So one of the spells that I tend to use is it's translated to spin to another space, and it's just a word that's like it's kind of a hard word. I'll spell it in chat. It's like Jisho Zith Adeo. And basically you kind of go, it's like, you say the word a couple times, like, so the ritual basically, this is an interesting one. You find yourself a large field somewhere where there's a lot of open space. You're not likely to bump into something. You close your eyes and then you slowly spin in a circle. Very slowly you go, and I go, Jisho Zithadeo, Jisho Zithadeo. But then I would improvise something like afterwards, and you keep doing that. It's like it's like you have the intention of the word, but you keep a kind of like mystery. So in almost a way, it kind of works like a sigil in that you have the intention sort of encrypted in something else. So when the ritual is interesting and you spin around in a circle, about maybe you repeat the mantra like several times, you stop, you take a big step forward, and then you start spinning again in the opposite direction. And you keep doing this. And what's interesting, what happens when you're doing this, this is a kind of it's actually a sort of form of like, I don't know, like visualization or astral projection. And you guys can try this. Just the idea of like spinning in a circle and then sort of alternating and stepping forward. And what happens is you lose like your sense of where you are in reality. So one thing I've noticed that I had a difficult time when if I lay in my room and I try to close my eyes and visualize something, I realized that in my mind's eye, I'm creating a picture of the room I'm in. So if I'm in my living room, for example, and I close my eyes, in my mind's eye, there's a mental picture of the room I'm in. And that mental image makes it difficult to sort of project my mind into different spaces. And what this ritual does is that basically the intent is when you forget where you're standing in relation to the room or the space you're in, you are then able to visualize much more easily. It's almost like that filter, that barrier of the external world becomes loosened, like you're sort of clipping outside of reality. And I got to come up with more rituals. Like that's the only one of because most of the time I just kind of have conversations with the Fae, but that's like an example of one ritual. I really just I kind of need to get into the actual magic part. I just been so fascinated with the theory and the multi-dimensions and mapping out the outer Zarfexes and all that stuff. So yeah, I think, and then when it comes to the actual symbols that they use, let me show you guys something here. Get this out just so people who are not familiar have a reference point. So this is the alphabet that I work with. And you can see with the spell, you have different sigils. You have Jish, O, Zith, A, and Yo. And with this alphabet, this is actually a different way to make sigils. So the normal method for in Chaos Magic, when you make a sigil, is you write down your intent, you remove all the vowels, you remove all the repeating letters, and then you take those letters and you kind of amalgamate them into a symbol. So the idea with this is this kind of takes it a step further. So you first take the sentence of your intent, do the exact same thing, but then you find the letters that best correspond with the symbols here, and then you make the sigil out of these Zarfexes instead of using them from regular letters, which kind of adds a different sort of layer to it. So yeah, there's a lot of applications that can actually be used with this. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the common sigil for working with words, but you could also backward engineer a sigil. So you could take a word as a concept, turn it into an image as a hieroglyph, and then artistically take the words as hieroglyphs and put them together to create another sigil, which is what I think you've done, maybe, or what you've been moved to do. Does that make sense, Cosmic? It looks to me like what's been done is conceptually sounds have been turned into hieroglyphs, and then those are your Zerfax sigils. Does that make sense when I say that? I hope I'm making sense.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Because as I look at those, they look like very much hieroglyphic to me. Like each thing seems to be something. Like I look at it and it's coming alive.
No, yeah, there's definitely a meaning behind the actual shape of the symbols. Like they have, especially the ones that have circles in them. Those little circles are apparently important because the idea is there's the one symbol which is the Uzurfax, which is just 4 circles, and the idea, what I've learned with this system, is each one of those circles is like a Zerfax within a Zerfax. and it kind of corresponds with. There's a whole kind of like there's a math, and I don't know. It's there's a lot to go over. I mean, that's why we had that one episode that one time.
Yeah, so we're sort of like going deep into the elemental story here, because I've always thought of sigils having a very powerful elemental resonance as well, because they break down to a common denominator, and so they tend to have a very elemental presence. And so I get the feeling that the sigils command the elemental beings to produce a certain pattern of possibilities based upon the sigil. So sigil magic is not anything related to sorcery, although sorcerers will use sigils to bind beings. In order to discover their true name, they will use sigils to bind them as a temporary solution until they can learn their true name. And then they
Like
will
a phone number,
really...
essentially.
Sorry?
It's like a phone number. That's the way I think of it.
Yeah, it's like a phone number. It's a good way of looking at it. A dial up, old school dialing tones. And it's interesting because like the sigils are something that like are being used. Have any of you really taken a good look at corporate logos? Take a look at the Alpha Romeo corporate logo. No, they've changed it. Bloody hell. This is the problem. When you go to the Alpha Romeo building, it's quite close to Aleister Crowley's old house. For those of you that like, if you're in London, you're knocking about there. I'm sure you can figure out where Aleister Crowley's old house is. If you want to know where Aleister Crowley's old house, then figure out where Jimmy Page's house is. If Jimmy Page is still alive. I haven't followed this. I think he is. And he was living there last time when I went there. But there's a big Alfa Romeo building on that road. Like after you go past his house, I can't remember exactly what the name of the tube stop is. Gosh, you will know the house. If you really want to know, I'll go and take a look at a tube map. I'll recognize where the tube is, and I'll give you directions for how to find Aleister Crowley's house if you want. And you can walk past the house. I'm telling you, the hairs on your back of your neck will raise. I discovered that it was his house. I was walking past this house with my ex-wife, and I stopped. And I looked at the house, and I said, there's some very intense magical works happening in that house. And my hairs on my neck were raising up. And I must have stood there for like 10, 15 minutes. And my ex-wife was like, she's British. She's like, we can't stand here. I was like, of course we can. I'm a South African. I can stand anywhere I want. I'm not British. I'm not bound by these etiquettes. And anyway, after asking around, I discovered that's Jimmy Page's house. A little bit of investigation. I was like, oh my gosh, that's Aleister Crowley's old house. No wonder. And the house is full of gargoyles and sigils and... But then you carry on past that house, and just after that house, there's a road that turns right. And just as you look right, you'll see the Alfa Romeo, where they put together the Alfa Romeos. And my gosh, the biggest sigil you've ever seen on the wall. But it's not the typically known sigil that they show us for. It's the old Alfa Romeo sigil. So if you look at corporate logos, look at the old logos, because they've put out new ones to confuse us. Because they don't want us to figure it out. Too many of us are too awakened to start to suss things out. I reckon they've been starting to hide things and change things from us. But if you really want to understand sigils, start studying corporate logos really well, and you'll understand exactly what these people are up to. Edward Bernays and the crew, mind control, giving us a little bit of the old click, click, to dial in, to dial us in to what they want, getting us on their dialing code. I don't know. I'm sure you guys have all done a lot of research into the corporate logos. Well, what could we say about that in terms of
when it comes to corporate logos,
magic?
I like watching like the old, like at the end of like television shows or movies, they would have like a little like corporate logo. There'd be like a little like musical jingle that goes along with. I just love those like little musical jingles. I think like this one band at like Boards of Canada is like really inspired by them. I don't know, just something. I don't know what it is for me, but I have a theory with music, and I've been thinking about this, that there's something about listening to music that's close to the time you're born. Because if you think about at the time you were born, it's like this is when you basically entered reality. And before that, there was no past when you're a child, because you basically got into the world. Everything before that's a blank slate. So I've noticed that, when I listen to some of this like older like music, for me it's like, kind of like 80s like electronic kind of lo-fi kind of sounds. It's like it really brings me to a real genuine sense of timelessness. Because if you think about it like this, like if you were alive in say 1994 and you listen to a piece of music from 1994, it brings you back to 1994. But if you listen to a piece of music that's like maybe 1 year before you were born, it's close to like when you were alive, but you were never alive in that actual moment. So it's almost like in that moment you feel like you're outside of time. I don't know if I'm just, rambling here, but it's just a random thought I had.
Someone's asking, how do you spell Zerfax?
Zirphax.
Zerfax.
Zerfax.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways to pronounce it. Sometimes the Fae, like they pronounce these words differently. Like I usually just go for Zarfex, but when I work with Slizthia, she might pronounce it as Zarfik. Like it's a very weird language. I'm not exactly sure how to fully speak it, but you can get like, you can be very kind of matter of fact with it, or you can get very kind of like musical with it too.
Have you ever heard of the Aziza cosmic?
It sounds vaguely familiar.
The Aziza are the oldest fairy mythology I can find. They come out of West Africa, specifically the Dahomey. They were known to give a lot of good luck to hunters and scholars.
Okay.
But it when you mention the enunciation, it reminds me of Pokemon, right? With Pokemon, Pokemon don't speak unless you were Mewtwo. For those who remember, but for those who everybody knows who Pikachu. Everybody knows who Pikachu is, right?
Yeah.
So Pikachu, Pika. You know what I mean? Like there's certain ways you can take a word and break down the frequency, almost like a first, middle, and last name, right? And then you can recombinate that. So that's very interesting to think about.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, dear Fiona, Holland Park Tube, thank you. Between Holland Park and the other one, is it the Central Line? I think it's the Central Line. Or is it it's one of those weird lines that goes around. Those horrible lines. You can get lost on that tube line. Just go round and round and round. I hated going on those lines. But the Circle lines and the Hammersmith and City lines, it's on those lines. It's absolutely correct. And it's just down the road from that Alfa Romeo. So if you find the Alfa Romeo place, the road which is a T, if you come past the Alfa Romeo and if you walk out of the Alfa Romeo and turn right and walk for like 30 yards and then turn left, you're on that road. It'll take you to that house, and the house will be on the right. It's about a 5-minute walk from the Alfa Romeo. That house is worth going to look at if you want to get your kicks, because you'll definitely awaken some kind of psychic response in yourself just by being past that house. It's interesting. You'll actually sense it. You won't have to know where you're going. You'll feel the presence of that house. And this is, I think, what happens when people powerfully embed sigils into the architecture, which is what was done there. So the house is itself a sigil mound, a mound of sigils. I can only imagine what's inside that house, And so this makes us think about the Masons and their architecture. and how they've embedded sigils into the architecture and how they've embedded different forms of symbolism into the architecture to act in the same way that a sigil acts. And it's very interesting, like when we look at the idea of words as being shapes, sound shapes. So to consider a word is a series of sound shapes that fit together to make a super shape of sounds that has a meaning. And I think it's like we've sort of forgotten that, that the sounds have a shape. So that's why some words, I don't know if you've noticed this, but when words come out of your mouth, you can feel the words in your body. And if you haven't noticed that, start concentrating on the way that words feel. And they have a certain solid feeling in your mouth when they come out because they've got shapes. And they make your body feel shapes inside your body when you speak them or even when you hear them. So this is another thing back to how the names affect us, because they're like playing your notes. And like if I play the right note of my guitar, it will resonate. Sorry, somebody was saying something?
I was just going to say, when I was talking about my Fey alphabet, that's kind of exactly what I had in mind when I was sort of channeling these symbols, and that like basically I was sort of like taking, it was like either like you're taking the symbol and trying to come up with a sound that corresponds with it, or you take the sound, like I'd basically trace the it's like you take your tongue and you sort of draw the symbol with your tongue in your mouth as you sort of speak it, and that's how you sort of come up with like the words there's the symbol like k, which is essentially kind of like a downward pointing triangle, and like a little bit of like a almost like a little like a fox or a cat sort of symbol, but it's like your mouth like points, like the sides of your mouth kind of like point upwards, like you're smiling, and you sort of like you bring your lip downward, and it sort of traces out the shape of the symbol. I think that's, in a way, it's like the way I think magical symbols work is that there has to be a correspondence with the shape and of the symbol and the sound that the symbol creates, rather than just kind of an arbitrary association.
So that brings us to an interesting point of invocation and evocation. I believe it was Mexico that was talking about how she evoked a sigil and she had to backward engineer it and evocatively discovered a sigil where sigils are usually used inevocatively. And so that's an interesting perspective. Like you can find a sigil and it can be discovered. Like I'll show you an evocative sigil. For example, I see them in the mountains from walking, and I'll see the mountains. It's a sigil. And if I really study that sigil, I'll be able to break it down to what it is, what word it means, or words, or what it represents. But you really need to sit with it for a long time, maybe, or depends on the sigil. And so nature is essentially a storehouse of sigils. And even if you look into an animal's face, you can see a sigil. It's very interesting. Like you can see a sigil in a goat's face, for example, or any animal's face. And that sigil is sort of relates to a word. So I think that must be how language came to be evolved. People evocatively discovered sigils in what they were looking at, and then started naming animals accordingly. I don't know. What do you guys think about Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden naming all the animals?
It said that Adam wrote the first book, but he took writing from Eve. But I'm not familiar with the naming of the animals, but it sounds fascinating. What happened there?
Adam is Adam Cadmon, right? Adam is also a tomb. So we're talking about building. We're talking about the builder, particles and atoms and molecules. But there was a creation before that, right? When we deal with the Bible clearly references a time before the. When God says, "Let us make man in our image," it's not God. It's us. It's the Elohim. It's the council of elders. Some say 12. Some say 24. But there's existence before that. Another reference to that would be when Cain is punished by God and given the mark on the forehead, and then sent among the people of Nod. Where did these people come from? You see, like there's already tons of references, but to be given dominion over nature, to give names. When you look into Egyptian or Kemetic or Talmurian mythology and history, we named animals based on the sound they make, right? So that's going to evolve over time, because all languages are essentially one language. But due to division, due to culture, due to ritualistic practices, due to you following the sun and I follow the moon, and this, that, and the third, division continuously divides. So that's why having a wide palette is very much needed in these terms, in these areas.
No, you had said that Adam Kadmon was not the first Adam. There's another Adam that came before him called Adam Harishan. Adam Kadmon is also known as Adam Ha Kadmani. But Adam Harishan is said to be the first man, whereas Adam Kadmon is said to be the prototype of primordial man. I'm wondering if there's a connection between one of those two in Adamu, who was created by the creatrix goddesses of Sumer.
Indeed. There's a reference. Is it Abraxas in Gnosticism? I believe.
Yeah, Abraxas is part of Gnosticism.
It's actually a term that was coined by Jung, and I think it represents Yaldabaoth, which is a term from Gnostic tradition.
Indeed.
Wait, what? No, I thought that Yaldabaoth is the name of the demiurge, and then you have Abraxas, who's sort of like outside of that. Abraxas is he's basically ultimate reality, this sort of principle beyond good and evil that like exists above the pleroma, and then you have Yaldabaoth, who is the demiurge down below. And what's interesting, I think Abraxas is it relates to 365, which is the number of years in the calendar, and it's a strange image. It's like it's a man's body with a rooster for a head and two snakes as legs.
But she's a woman. She got breasts.
What? Or is it like Baphomet, where it's like two genders? It's like one's half is male and the other half is female.
There's an aspect of two genders, but I think the embodiment is supposed to be a female with male aspects to her. So she's like,
never heard of that.
Yeah, she's got snakes for legs.
Mercury. It's Mercury. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mercury. The ancient image of Mercury is both sexes. The twins in a single body, both a male and female twin.
Yeah, Baphomet and Abraxas have a lot of commonalities. I feel like the difference might be that Abraxas has a womb and Baphomet has a phallus. Maybe also a womb. I'm not sure.
I've always considered Abraxas to be having the powers of demiurge, because the demiurge, as we know it, is an old concept of what created but it didn't create and then vanish. And then it's gone, poof. It's still here in the process of creation. And so it becomes that driving force that forces us to become individual. So, okay, the demiurge of Yaldabaoth is what takes unity and divides it, and takes that division and divides it, and takes that division and divides it, and divides it, and divides it, until you have a multiplicity of individual possibilities. And so the demiurge is that principle which takes unity to multiplicity and facilitates this process. So we could say that it is the pathway towards the individual from the group on a metaphysical level. So when Jung is looking at Abraxas, he's considering this pathway towards your individual self of who you are as being separate from the group mind, the group subconscious. And so in the group subconscious, we're all amalgamated as sort of like one big being of Aramanic descendants, of one big Manu, of Parabrahm, of Adam Kadmon, and which is our super soul collective that we are sort of part of this hub. But as we move into our individuative process of self-discovery, we discover our uniqueness. And that principle towards uniqueness is that subdivision from unity to diversity, which is what the demiurge is doing in order for this reality to be. This reality couldn't exist if we weren't individuating or becoming individual selves, because it would be a group amalgamated reality. And so the personal experience of my reality as opposed to your reality as his reality is my own reality is what I carry around with me. I think that is this reality. The demiurge is what creates this individuality. And you notice when you say the word individuality, what we're talking about is individe dual. So the dual process of being in a state of division, dividing from the whole. And that is essentially how Yaldabaoth creates, by taking one to turn it into two, and 4 and 8, and subdividing everything till you have all these unique qualities that are all reflections of one thing. So in that sense, you could see Abraxas and Yaldabaoth as being two sides or the same reality viewed from a different perspective. One being viewed from the group mind, one being viewed from the individual process. And so I think Jung was using Abraxas as a group icon to understand that principle that we require when moving towards a state of individuative awareness, where we are looking at ourselves and noticing what makes us unique.
I love that. You had mentioned about sigils earlier, whether we had done any research on sigils, and I wanted to mention something I recently discovered, that the letter M that's been so prevalent in corporate logos is representative of the number 13. And so the 13 that's been representative of the occult has been obfuscated by the number 12, which has its roots in 13. 13 moon cycles, 13 disciples, and supposedly there was, I don't know if was there 12 horoscopes and now there's 13, or was there originally 13 and they've hidden that one and brought it back. It's hard to say with all these goings on of hiding things and the hiding of numbers through letters. So M, we see M in a lot of different corporate logos, like Marathon Gas, M&M's. There's M's for a lot of things. We see a lot of M's. It's representative 13, which represents moon worship, which the Hebrews were thought to have been worshiping the moon and continue to worship the moon because they've created our calendar, which starts in the darkest night of the year. Our day starts in the darkest time of the night. And these people who worship the moon are involved in these secret societies and have all of these secret sigils and logos and symbols that they recognize, but we look right over it and we just think, oh, that's just the letter M. But you could see that a lot of these symbols integrate images of things like the sun. Is in a lot of the gas stations, there's an image of the sun. And why is that? Sun is energy. Maybe they're using this petroleum as their own way to create energy to market to us, to the collective. So it's kind of a spell that they've put on us. Instead of just using the power of the sun, they're putting us into the sludge of the tar to be able to be reliant upon that, dredging in the tar.
I love that you brought up the M, because like we can't talk about magic without saying the word M.
Mhm.
And if you think about it, if you look at it, it's breasts. It's two heels. So it's a woman laying on her back, ready to get some of the good stuff. And her breasts are up, and they're pointing up at the heavens, at the stars, pulling down the star might into the breasts. And you're right about the 13th. I mean, it's the 13th Paleo-Hebrew hieroglyph. And interestingly enough, the 13th Paleo-Hebrew hieroglyph also represents a number 4, but in the Hebrewic system, the ancient Hebrewic system, they equate it to the number 40. So the number 13 and the number 40 have this, obviously they're the same, root of 4.
Yeah.
But within 40, we've got this interesting binding principle. And the symbol that it represents from a hieroglyphic perspective is water. So it literally represents water. And it's got two forms. It's got running water or water at rest, stagnant water or water in a state of energy, as moving energy. So that the principle of moving life, or so it holds life and death in 4. We were talking about this earlier. Dr. K was, the 4 is it's got this principle of life and death. And you were mentioning 4 is that transition, 4 is being the transition from 3, where you are crystallizing something new, which represents birth. So the mother, the M, represents that. It also, interestingly enough, it represents one of the 3 fundamental phases of creation from the Paleo-Hebrew, because they've got the 3 mother letters. And so this is one of the mother letters, which is one of the fundamental states. And all things are broken into these 3 fundamental states. And so then you've got these other 7 elements, and you've got these other 12 elements that fit around these 3 fundamental states. So if you look on let me get an image for you. It will make much more sense. The Rose Cross. Hopefully I'll be able to find Rosicrucian, no, Golden Dawn. That's the easiest way to find it, I imagine, on the internet. I don't know. I'm sure you must be able to find it here. Golden Dawn, Rose Cross. There we go. Easy peasy. Like pudding and pie. Oh, very small. Give me 1 second to find a slightly bigger one. One that's more. Oh, that's the one we want. Yes, thank you, sir. It's huge. Open image in a new tab, and voila, off we go. Bob's our uncle. So you'll see now in this image that I'm about to present here, that the fundamental 3 states. Now, this is also looking at alchemy as well. Hold on. There it is. I hope you guys can see it well. You'll see in the center of the wheel. Now, this is a sigil wheel, by the way. For those of you that aren't aware of this, this is a sigil wheel that can be used for basically creating sigils. And you'll see if you look in the center of the sigil wheel, maybe I can make this a little bit larger. So this is something that would be put on your layman. They wear this over their, it's like a breastplate. Have a piece of material woven with this cross woven on it. And you see in the center there, you see there's the three, the red, it's represented here as orange, but it's not correct. It's supposed to be a crimson. Red, blue, and yellow. The yellow is the life force at the top. I hope you can see my mouse. And the red represents the fire, and the blue represents the water. So those are the three mother letters. And then you see that they're at the core of creation. And then you see around them are the 7 planetary forces. And you see around those are the 12 manifestations of those 7 planetary forces. And then you notice that these 7 forces that are aligned around the 3 are the only numerical combinations. If you got 1, 2, and 3, and you say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. That's how many combinations 3 things can make, 7. And then if you look at the 7 breaks down to the 12 because there's the Ouroboros. So the Leo and the Cancer are the head and the tail. And that leaves 5, which breaks into 2 sets of 5, 2 sets of fingers, 2 sets of hands that clasp 10. So the 10 Sephirot are bound by Leo and Cancer. And so those 10 elements represent the 10 possibilities. And each of the 5 planets have a masculine and feminine pole in the same, like you look at the star chart, like Sagittarius and Pisces are Jupiter, and Virgo and the twins are Mercury, and the sun only has Leo, the moon only has Cancer. Everything else has a polarity, but the sun's polarity, feminine version, is the moon, is Cancer, and the moon, Cancer's masculine element is Leo. So there's some very interesting combination here, but it all comes down to these 3 mother letters, which are the basis of the whole of creation. So that M is rather fundamental because it's the waters that we read about in the Bible, and the firmament, the resonant frequencies of sound are vibrating across the waters for life to emerge. That's the M. So when we look at we see that humming M represents the waters from whence life arises, where consciousness is emerging from. And so that M is like you can't do magic without it. It's the dot. When you're looking at the Om symbol, you've got 3 aspects to the Om symbol. I wish I could find you a decent image, but you won't find them on the web. You'll just find the usual Om, but you all know what an Om looks like. I imagine you do. It's basically a crescent with a dot, and it's got a number that looks almost like a 3 that's got a tail, which is a crescent again. So there's 3 half circles, not completed circles, which are like large windy crescents that are supposed to represent the 5 principles. And you've got a crescent which is representing the thought that becomes energy, that becomes sound. And then you've got that dot. That dot on the top is the Bindi chakra, is that point at the back of the head where the Brahmin have a long hair coming out of the back of their heads. And that point where the long hair comes out is the Bindi chakra. And the Bindi chakra is the point that we can remember our past lives through. So it's also called the Kala chakra in Tibetan Buddhist practices. For example, it's the same thing. And that is really the M. So this is why when you chant Aum, the front of your head starts to resonate. And the is resonating in behind your forehead, but moving, causing a backward moving energy that moves back from your forehead towards the Binti chakra. And so that moving backwards causes you to find the center of your head, which is what the Aum is designed to do, to activate all the chakras in the head to bring you to the center, the control center inside your head, so that you can activate both lobes of the brain, front, back, as well as left and right, because it's a what you might call it. It's a dynamic duality. But yeah, brother, what a beautiful thing to bring into the conversation, M.
Yeah, M
and
ties
money.
to the Hebrew M for mem, where I think we can associate memory and the idea that our memory is like the crystallization of the waters of our thoughts. Water flows and holds information, just like our mind.
Yeah, brother. So the Taoists have a lot of emphasis on the water element, more so than the Western occultists. But we speak in the Kabbalah of the neshama, and the neshama represents this watery aspect, which is the divine feminine, the womb.
Yeah.
I've got to go and let this little doggy in.
Okay. In Taoism, they refer to water as an analogy for human nature. You can go with the flow of water. It brings you back to the sea. They would say that the Buddhists who were trying to meditate to escape nirvana in existence were trying to push their way upstream because they're not going with the flow. And in Taoism, it's all about being here now. And speculation on other times and places and realms does really not behoove us because it's a distraction from being here fully present in the now. Also, we can get lost in our imagination when we try to imagine things that are not present. And so it can take away the clarity that we might be able to have if we were able to actually go there instead of speculate. And if we can go there in the now, that would be a powerful practice to be able to achieve. But water in Taoism is said to be powerful in that it is soft but can overcome the hardest surfaces. And so they value the strength of flexibility in water, and that gives it its power. Also, they value water for being humble and going into the lowly places where others disdain. And so if a person were to be willing to do that, they would be honorable because they would not be judging those people as lowly and seeing themselves as better. So there's other aspects to it, but I just wanted to mention some of the aspects of water and the poetry of the Tao Te Ching. It's given me a lot of inspiration.
Dear brother Cosmic.
Yes.
I mean, the Fae are largely elementally inspired, aren't they?
It's almost like they talk about like the there is a sort of an elemental aspect, but it's kind of allocated in a different manner. And so one of the things that they talk about is there's like the 4 types of gates, and there's the 4 types of Zarfexes, the solid Zarfexes, fluid, gaseous, plasma, which you then could allocate to earth, water, air, and fire. But when it's talking about fluid, it's not fluid in the literal sense of like liquid water. It's talking about a type or a mode of consciousness that one can experience. So if we think of the waking world as more solidified consciousness, the dream world is more thought to be more fluid consciousness. Then you get into the gaseous forms of consciousness, which are just more a lot more mental, a lot more. And then there's like the highest, the sort of the plasma, which is just sort of like, yeah, like, but I guess that's basically sort of like your fire equivalent, but it's more like, so it's like the four elements are there, but they're kind of used in a different context to talk about these sort of like how higher dimensional spaces sort of organize themselves, and the kind of the principle that we have solid things and fluids and air, and that kind of same dynamic at a kind of a macroscopic level. That's kind of how the universe sort of like basically, or the outer Zarfex is sort of position themselves. So if we think of the Zarfex, think of like a big, like a sphere of all the different like universes and belief systems and dream worlds all kind of colliding into a point. And we live in what's known as the solid Zarfex. And the idea is that the solid Zarfexes kind of create a platform for the fluid Zarfexes above. In the same way, you need like a container to hold water, because if you don't have like water, it'll just sort of fall infinitely below. So if anything, it's sort of like the solidity of our Zarfexes. It kind of creates a sort of it creates a foundation for the upper realms. But at the same time, these upper realms also kind of like, if you think of our Zarfex as like a gear or a wheel, these upper realms kind of act as the grease or the fluid that keeps the wheels turning. So there's a symbiotic relationship. So when it comes to elements, it's kind of, in my system, it's more thought of on that level, if that makes any sense.
Plasma. That's it. Ether, essentially, no?
I'm not sure, but I guess. But it's basically like the idea of a plasma Zarfex. It's like it's really very highly dimensional, and it's like, think of just like an entire like the DMT universe, but even more psychedelic than that. Like if you that's even possible to imagine. Like when you get to the higher realms, it's like you just kind of like at a certain point when you just sort of start the more you look upward, you just kind of just like you start to just like shrug and you're just like it just keeps going, man. So, but that's, I guess, one of the things that's been kind of interesting about this system, in that there's kind of almost like an underlying philosophy that's kind of, gone through it. And one of that thing is it's a respect and an admiration for mystery, and never assuming anything is ultimate reality. Because the idea is that once you assume something is ultimate reality, you create a block or a barrier in your imagination. So that's what I'll say on that.
I want to mention plasma can be varied between like lava or ectoplasm. I think you're more referring to like an ectoplasm kind of thing as far as plasma.
I guess it's really, see, that's the thing. It's kind of like a weird placeholder word. It's not like it's literally plasma, or like fluids are literally. So the thing about it, like a fluid Zarfex, like when I go to the Fey realm in my astral travels and interact with them, it's not like I'm in some kind of ocean. There's trees, there's grass, there's a sky, there's like, it's kind of like, just like a regular sort of weird purple forest. But like a dream, things are constantly moving and shifting around. Like you'll see a lake behind you, and then you look back and you turn around, it might be something completely different. So there's no real fixed physical world in which these things come. So it's constantly moving and undulating. Whereas our world, I think of it like this. It's like consciousness is like matter, and that given based on whatever temperature you're at, or whatever energetic frequency, that consciousness is going to allocate itself in a different way. So from a psychic sense, what explains physical reality is that it's so the idea is solid Zarfexes, they have a black membrane. Fluid Zarfexes have a monochromatic colored membrane, which would be like a red or a blue or a green. Then you have the gaseous Zarfexes, which are white. And then the plasma Zarfexes are like colors beyond your perception, colors that are almost outside of your own imagination, sort of like almost like synesthesia, if you will. And where was I going with this about the idea of yeah. And then, oh man, I lost my train of thought. Thinking about
Plasma.
Plasma. It's like, so basically the idea is that it's the fluidity. It's more in terms of how, I was talking about solid Zarfexes. So the idea is that because we're on every Zarf, you know what? I'm gonna do another screen share thing, because I think it helps to have a little bit of a visual here.
Absolutely. Pictures worth 1,000.
So that let's see. So this is how I kind of map out the Zarfexes.
Oh, wow.
So we have the solid Zarfexes exist in a black. These are the Zarfex planes. You have the solid Zarfexes exist in the black void, which is the deep black void, which is known as the Othiuzetholethabo. The fluid Zarfexes, it's like, basically, think of like, it's like an infinite plane of colored spheres, almost like a children's Chuck E. Cheese ball pit that just kind of goes on in all directions. That's where the fluid Zarfexes exist, and they exist in a kind of a rainbow void. The gaseous Zarfexes exist in a white void, and the plasma Zarfexes exist in a fractal void. So the idea is, if you think about this up here, it's like consciousness is hot. So it's almost like it forms like plasma, but as it cools down, the forms start to become more distinctive. And then when you get to the solid Zarfexes, the consciousness freezes completely. And that's sort of like why, in my theory, that reality is physical and solid in the way that it is. So it actually seems to, that's why I don't really call myself a Gnostic anymore, because it seems that as much as we hate the material realm, and it's uncomfortable and a lot of terrible things happen in it, it's kind of like a necessary like function of the higher dimensional realms. And that's why a lot of beings who come from higher Zarfexes have to interact with these lower realms, kind of like maintaining the larger structures up ahead, because the idea is that if things go bad down here, it also makes things go bad up there as well. So there's a vested interest for these entities to kind of maintain and make sure things move smoothly, because, so for example, like I mentioned before with the fluid Zarfexes, that there's still, distinctive shapes like trees and grass and animals and so on and so forth. But without a solid Zarfex as a foundation, all of those forms would just melt into a kind of indistinctive goo, and there'd be no distinctive forms, no beauty, no music. So all of these things kind of have a certain necessity to them. That's kind of how I've been looking at it.
I love that. That's absolutely fascinating. It reminds me of the Hare Krishna's cosmogenic story, where they say that the people existed before the world was here. They were kind of just kind of cartoony people. They were like made of shapes and colors. They were. They show me pictures of them. They look very cartoony. Did any of your Fae look like a cartoon?
They can take on cartoon forms if they want. The idea is like, it's almost like, I guess in ways it's almost like a Zarfex in a sense. Like, they have a certain energy to them. Each one will have a distinctive sort of personality, a distinctive vibe, and there'll be forms that correspond with them, and then there are forms that don't work with them. So it's like, ooh, I can take on this form, and because these beings are essentially multidimensional, they can actually. So it's interesting with the Fae, when they have sex, they can actually take on 4 bodies at once. So they can have 4 partners simultaneously. So, but that has other applications too. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Sounds like elves like to have orgies, apparently.
Yeah, but it's like we really only exist in one place at a time, whereas they can exist in like several places at a time. And that's kind of what higher dimensional perception is like.
Come say good night.
It's really cool. I love that. It's very fascinating. It feels very consistent with the idea of mind before body kind of creation realm, where there was a realm that existed before this physical realm came into being, and the ones who are there are more primordial. They've been there longer, so they're like our elders. I like that.
Yeah, that whole idea of the plasma is very interesting because it sort of seems to range. There must be different degrees of plasma.
I think so. I would think that ether could be considered a form of plasma, like a net, like it's like a fabric that holds things, but it's loose. It's like has a liquid form, but it's not. It's kind of tight. It's almost like sand or liquid, usually plasma. The movement of it. Like a slide.
This is our chance for a commercial break. Dr. K, are you with us?
Yes, indeed.
I'm hearing this talk about Stephanie why are they saying McPeak Peterson? I thought it was just Stephanie Peterson, but I'm obviously not that clued up with her name. But did you have you got another live with her, or did you have another live with her?
Do you mean Michelle Gibson?
Okay, because I'm seeing people mentioning the guest was Stephanie McPeterson. There's somebody was talking about your oh, it's Michelle Gibson. Okay. I'm mixing up two. So yeah, you're having another that's why I confused the names. Are you having another live with her?
Yes, she's going to be joining me tonight. I'm very, very thankful to have her back. She just released a new documentary May 25th, I think it came out, called Old World Order with Max Egan, Martin Leakey, Stu Peters, Lord Jamar, a host of others. Wonderful, wonderful cast. Dr. Narco Longo. And she is the primary force. Her research is absolutely impeccable, and it spans so many different areas. So I cannot wait to have her back on tonight. Anybody who's a fan of all things Tartaria and Antiquitech and free energy, um, you know, I would highly recommend checking out the documentary and definitely joining us tonight.
And what time and time zone is that exactly?
That will be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And just take a look for Dr. K's channel. You'll find it quite easily. If you just click on recommended channels there, you'll see his face. The same your face on your channel is the same face of your face, am I right?
Yes, sir. Mystery Arcade, Occult Multiversity.
Exactly. So, but I look for pictures. I'm a picture guy. I see a picture like, oh, there's that picture. I like pictures. Beautiful name, arcade, multiplicity. It makes me think of the multiverse and university in one. Yeah.
Exactly.
Which is
Exactly.
Interesting
Things.
concept.
The real magic occurs when we mix things together. You know.
Alchemy. Yep. It's like when you get into front of that stove, brother. I had a guest here with me, and he reckons he put on a lot of weight. He was staying with me for a while because I love my kitchen. I love being in front of my pot. Like I don't know. Some people love. For me, like the real alchemy is food, but that's probably because my moon's in Taurus. You know, we love our food. But yeah, I'm
Oh,
sure you guys, you should catch the show of Dr. K. It's obviously gonna be a good one.
thank you so very much. I greatly appreciate that. And I completely agree with you. I still watch old episodes of Iron Chef, to see the alchemy, in terms of turning one thing into something else is truly incredible. Chopped comes close, but it's not quite the Iron Kitchen.
Yeah, no, there's something special about food. Um, I do most of the cooking in this house.
Cauldron.
Yeah, I love driving a spoon, bro. People say the only reason I like cooking is because I love tasting the food. I think there's something to that.
You use a wooden.
Well, you've got to continually smell it, which is really nice. You're smelling it, and then you got to have like your spoons, and you got to keep rinsing your spoon because you got to keep tasting it, right? Tiny taste. Nom, 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 nom. No, it needs this. No, it needs that. No, it's like painting until you finally get that last bit of color on the page, and it's like that's it. It's done. Now you don't touch it. You know, you let it just stew or whatever it is you're doing with it. Now, I definitely think that there's something to this because we've lost the appreciation for our food. I think the appreciation for food is the appreciation for life. Like I watch you sitting there enjoying your food. And it makes me hungry. I'm like, damn, man, look at that guy there. Look at him go, man. You can see you really enjoy that food. So I'm like, I gotta get me some of that.
Yeah, I make all my.
So
I love
yeah,
it.
no, it's because our gut is, and I suppose this is getting back to the magical, the digestion, um, the die, right, the cube. So the cube of the solar plexus, it digests, and the whole idea of the cube represents death. So the Grim Reaper, the Reaper of Saturn, is reaping the corn, the green man. So the corn is being reaped. It was alive, and now it's reaped. You're alive, and then you're reaped. And so there's this association with the underworld with Saturn. Obviously, Neptune and Saturn have a relationship, a very closely bonded relationship. And so there's this interesting concept of the cube, which is the die, right? 2 dice, 1 die, and then you die. So
Neptune and Zeus.
and then that solar plexus, that stomach, makes things not alive anymore. Because you put in like an apple, it's alive. Put it in your solar plexus, it's not alive anymore. It's gone to your cube. Your cube crunched it up. And then it takes that and it separates the crystals from it, the sugars, and puts the sugars into your pancreas. And you can basically generate this energy that your body needs to move. Your spleen says, like, do this, do that. I need to store this. I need to release this. And then your body basically gets all the sugars out of that it's crystals, that it's removed from it. And crystals, obviously, light. So crystals are light that is condensed because of photosynthetic alchemy. So the greatest alchemists on the planet are the plants. I mean, we think we're impressive playing with vegetables, but the plants play with light.
They do. They harness
They
the
really
energy, right, and so that we can have energy. They create organic molecules from inorganic minerals, being autotrophic. And they create all.
It's actually so the plants actually generate sugar, and they trade. Listen, there's a capitalist system running under the soil. So the plants are trading what is called exudes. They are giving exudes through the network of mold. So you've got like really fundamentally positive mold that grows under the soil. And that mold attaches itself to the roots of plants. And we're not talking about abiotic mold, we're talking about biotic mold. Like mycorrhizae is an example of it. Yeah. But there are many different types, and they act as a information network for the plant. So the plant then gives off exudes, which is sugars that it's taking from the sun. And then the exudes are taken up by the microbes that are attracted into this network of mycorrhizae and other kinds of biotic mold that then are swapping the minerals from the soil, which they are able to break down. So the microbes break down the minerals in the soil and turn the minerals into liquid soluble minerals. And then the plant swaps those liquid soluble minerals for the sugars, excess sugars that it's generating from the light of the sun in the form of an exude. And then the plant takes in these liquidized minerals and it stores them. And basically it stores them, wraps them around a carbon. When it takes in the CO2, it takes the carbon off of the CO2, bonds it with potassium, phosphorus, and all the other minerals that then layer around that. But phosphorus and potassium are the two main heavier ones, right? And all the other minerals, silica and all of those, become part of the crystallizing lattice for the molecule, forming the cell walls and all of that, and calcium and everything else. But it then forms a structure around a sugar coil, if you will, where it can hold all of these minerals so that we can take them in, get the sugar, and then absorb the liquid form minerals directly into our body. So it's truly incredible if we look at what plants are doing. The level of alchemy of these little creatures are just, they've got to be a more advanced form of life than us. I know you've spoken about this, Dr. K.
Well, the interesting thing is we are plants ourselves. We grow, we produce fruit, right? We literally make fractals, and we do all of that you just described and more. If we look at our history, we know that we actually used to have green and blue and purple skin, right? We only need to look at the Green Man of Wicca or Osiris in the Egyptian pantheon, which is where we actually get the Incredible Hulk from. You know, these are real things, but due to the atmospheric changes, you know, we have done exactly what plants do. We've gone from green to brown. You see, you know, we can call you and maybe some others white, but essentially you're beige. You know what I'm saying? You're just a lighter shade of brown. But this is due to a lot of atmospheric change, but also spiritual. Um, Plants, you know, it makes so much sense to not give a plant soda, you know, Pepsi or Coke, but you know, we would drink it. That makes no sense. You know, you can understand, you know, the disease we deal with. You don't see that in plants. If we actually went back to just eating light and water, you know, and this is essentially what fasting is. So, you know, I would make the argument that we are plants.
Interestingly, Mike Reynolds, the guy who created Earthships, had an epiphany at the top of a Mayan temple that plants are the most advanced life forms on Earth because they don't really need to go anywhere, and everything that they need is brought to them. And they can, by being damaged, they can proliferate. So they're in a really great state, and it turns out that genetically plants have over 40,000 genes, which is like twice as much as humans, and pretty much all animals have about 30,000. Humans have less for some reason, but it shows that because of that, we need more other types of life forms and microorganisms within us and our biomes for us to be able to do what we do, metabolize and everything.
Maybe the plants grow us to facilitate them, not the other way around.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So, but kind of on a side note, it's thought that some people believe that the little green men are the aliens, may be humans from the future that came back to try to create a new timeline or get some kind of seed for reproduction or something, whatever their story is. May have become the way they are from being in space for a long time, becoming photosynthetic, and their muscles atrophying, their eyes becoming much more capable of seeing the dark with low light, and having large fingers to operate their machinery. So but that's just a one theory that's out there, that humans will become photosynthetic if they go out into space. It'd be more practical way to survive star travel.
I think there's a lot of really interesting concepts coming out here that are really fundamental for us to look at. You know, the idea is that we are plants, and here's the interesting thing. I think plants are like the indigenous life on this planet, and everything else is sort of hitched a ride here. Because it does stand to reason that a being that grows here would be like completely self-sufficient. So plants would be completely self-sufficient. They'd be able to get their own energy from the sun and turn it into a cycle, and then they would just shrivel up and get absorbed back into the soil, and new plants would just suck up the minerals. And it's just this beautiful cycle where you can barely even see living and passing, you know, because one part of it like shrivels up and slowly just becomes the next being. And then there's all this other, and I do think that we are plants. I think we're a mixture. Like we're definitely plants. Like you look at the oceans, right? They've taken the whales out of the picture. And by taking the whales out of the picture, they've done some seriously black magic. Because the whales are important for managing the carnivorous plankton. And how many of you have noticed when I was in school, the oceans made 70% of the world's oxygen. And now the oceans make 49% of the world's oxygen. That means that, what does that mean? So from 70 to 49, that is 20 over 50, right? So that is 40. So basically we have managed to stop 40% of the phytoplankton from being alive in the ocean. Is that the math? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interestingly, the blue-green algae, before animals were able to come out of the sea, the blue-green algae was able to create the ozone layer for protection from radiation from the sun, so that animals could emerge from the sea. The first ones being isopods and such. But thanks to plants and single-celled organism, plant algae, animals are able to exist and come out of the sea. They make a balance with each other, plants and animals, but I feel like plants are self-sustaining. They don't need us, but we do need them. We do help them, though. We feed each other.
There's
Okay.
something going on with the mic.
Oh, maybe my cat's in the way.
Okay. You were going to say something, Dr. K.
No, I was just completely agreeing with Indy. You know, plants don't need us. You know, we need them.
Yeah. But like we've literally removed 40% of the phytoplankton from the oceans. And this is, I'm not that old. I know I've got a bit of like a Santa Claus beard going on and all, but I'm not that old. And when I was in school, it was 70% of the world's oxygen was being generated because the phytoplankton are continually breaking down CO2. That's what they do. They take in CO2, they take out the carbon, and they spit out the oxygen during the day. During the night, their metabolism slows down a lot. When they're taking in oxygen and putting out CO2, it's at a much slower rate. So the rate of putting out oxygen to CO2 is, I think it's like double the speed. So we must have removed 40% of the phytoplankton from the ocean. That's like really scary. And that's probably largely due to whaling because the whale's filter feeding system is designed to remove the carnivorous plankton so that the phytoplankton can thrive. So that's how beautifully the alchemy of life is structured, that the whale is probably one of the most important things that keeps humans alive. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
When you remove things from the ecosystem, everything suffers. You know, so you know, from the whaling industry to perfume to tuna to the the islands of garbage. You know, cruise ships. You People can't take a cruise without seeing an island of garbage, no matter how they try to divert. You know, on one side we can say, you know, for sure that you know in the industry and the powers that should not be have done travesty to the world, but on the flip side of that, that would have to be allowed in the first place by spirit. So, is it something that's being done to us or for us? That's going to be a matter of perspective.
Interesting question. PK is hitting us with some interesting questions here again. So he's saying, what do we know about the history of the planet's names? When did we conflate the planets with the names of gods in mythology? Or was this always so? That's very interesting. I think there's something in that. I mean, when we look at like a name like Saturn, so we've got Aum Tat Sat in Vedic cosmology. And the Aum Tat Sat is rather fundamental to understanding the three principles of the Aum as they extend to become the 9 principles of the Shastra, the way that the 9 then moves through the 12 houses to make the 108 cycle, which is the back end curve of the maths of the pentagram. So the Sat is the relates to, in Afrikaans, when you say something is Sat, this is from Germanic now, just to give us a taste of how the Sanskrit has moved through the language chain of Indo-European languages. Sat in Germanic, Afrikaans, and Dutch related languages means to be finished. And it relates to not being alive. And so Aum Tat Sat The Sat relates to being Samadhi. So Saturn, Sat is a name that relates to not being alive, as being free of the flesh. And an urn is something that you keep your body in after it's been burnt. So Saturn is a very easy name to track from Sanskrit. Venus, vein. So Venus is very pretty. Oh, I'm so pretty. I'm not vain at all. And of course, when you look at yourself so closely, you can see your veins. Because your skin is so fine, you can see right into your veins. So your venous system is relating to how much blood is getting to the surface of your skin, basically. And then Mars. Sorry?
Friday is a Venus day, but in Spanish it's viernes, kind of more like veins.
Interesting. And Frey is to kiss in a romantic way. Right? In Dutch and Afrikaans, if a man and a woman kiss, they Frey.
Yeah, like Friday's named after Freya.
And the word Frey and the word pray are the same. Pray day. So you can translate Friday to pray day. And so Venus represents the prayers as well of abundance. You know, to pray for the gifts of Venus is to pray for beauty, harmony, and abundance, and satiety, things being just lovely, falling in love, being in a state of joy. Everything's just perfect.
Fertility.
And Sunday, well, we know what the sun is. That's a divine child. And Monday is the moon. So all of these days and the moon. So the name of sun, Ichne-san. Interestingly enough, san is the third number of Japanese. It's just, for some reason, remember that now. But I think it might be relevant. I wonder what the third name is. Any of you counting to 10 in Chinese?
I used to be able to.
I wonder what the third
I used
number
to too.
is in Chinese.
I don't know.
3
Tuesday.
in Chinese.
2. Or Balder.
Ah, it's 3. It's san. Same like Japanese. San. Interesting that. So the way that the Trinity can find its way into creation is through sun. Number 3, the sun. Even though the sun represents 4, from a numerological perspective in Vedic schools of number, 3 is the mystic number of 4, because 4 is an extension of 3. So 3 can only find expression through 4. In the same way that 4 is fixed and can only find expression through 5. And 3 is the expression that is being expressed in 5 through the fixed nature of 4. That surely, I hope, sounds like it makes sense. But yeah, there's some interesting concepts there about the names of the planets. Jupiter, Dios Piter, Sanskrit. Dios Piter is the sky father. It's one of the first original deities worshipped. So,
Thursday.
hey?
Thursday is Joe Baby.
Yeah, exactly. Thor. So these gods, I think, took on the names of the planets. From my perspective,
Jupiter came from Jove.
yeah, I think that like it's not that the planets got their names from the gods. I think the gods got their names from the planets. I could be wrong, but that is to me. Well, what do you guys think?
I could see that. Maybe a little bit of both. I wanted to mention that Saturn comes from the Roman word satis for sowing, and the Roman god Saturn was named from as the god of sowing the fields, fertility, virility, and it also goes to from Kronos in the Greek name for the planet. But yeah, I think the gods were likely named after the planet names many times, and the names were changed. I could see that, but I know that it went back to ancient Sumer that the gods were named after planets, or vice versa, planets and celestial bodies being named after gods. Particularly Marduk, changing the name of Nibiru to Marduk, and naming himself after, naming that planet after himself in that particular instance. It might have been reversal in other instances. But no, also amongst the pantheon of gods of ancient Sumerian times, it's said that the Enuma Elish can be a description of the action of the celestial bodies of the solar system and the binary stars in our solar system to create the Earth that we have today, from the destruction of the planet Tiamat, which is now known as Theia. Tiamat then colliding with Earth and actually from the upper waters, and the mantles of our planet Tiamat merging. And they say that you can see the two bubbles of the merged cores and the core mantle range. They've been able to see that the two planets have crashed together. But Nibiru, Tiamat, the other planets, I think, were Ishtar, was Venus, and then we have Enki likely having been Neptune. Then also Enlil probably being Jupiter, and Anu being Saturn. They had their symbols. A lot of them seem to represent the sun to us, but they did have different rays coming out of them in their symbols, what appeared to be suns.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, stories came first. I think that the Sumerians, according to the Sumerian cuneiforms, when they're actually writing about Nibiru, they had knowledge about the solar system for a long time. And so they knew about all the other planets. They knew that they would face Mars and Jupiter, and they had their names for these planets long before any of the gods came to Earth, if we can use those terms, gods coming to Earth, before Earth was in the picture. So it stands to reason that, like Tiamat is the name of a planet, but then there's a goddess that got the name of that planet. And I think that a lot of gods and goddesses took the names of planets that they were related to. and they embodied that name, sort of the same way that Emmanuel embodied the Son and became known as the Son of God. But that doesn't mean that the Son was named after him. I think he was named after the Son. That's just my perspective, or that particular name that he's known as. And I think it's humans that apply the names after the fact, possibly, if that makes sense. Later stage, we remember that, and we look at that planet, and it reminds us of that God form, and so we associate that planet with that God. And so we start to give that God the name of the planet. And possibly there is some sort of mixing where the God name and the planet name start to cross over in both ways. I'm sure there must be, but I don't know. It's a very interesting question, what PK was asking about the planets, because it's like I don't think there's any definitive answer.
I know the word Tuesday comes from the Norse god Tu, Tiw. It was a war god that's associated with Mars. Yeah, Aries.
Yeah, man, to us.
Mhm.
Sounds African, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Dr. K was asking about that African spirit. What are they, like a fairy?
He is the Aziza of West Africa with the Dahomey, one of the oldest references and mythologies that we have for the fairies.
You know what it makes me think of, dear brother? You say that word, and I'm thinking, what Mazda? I know they've named the car after Mazda. Azura Mazda.
That's
Is that right?
Right, indeed.
Like there's some kind of a connection here with the Persian. To me, it seems like they come from the same
Zora.
origination.
Mazda Ahura or Azuda.
I think it's Mazda Azura Mazda. Gosh, why is my brain so sleepy? Azura Mazda. Is that right? It feels right running off my tongue.
Yeah.
Ahura Mazda.
Ahura Mazda.
Ahura.
I know that Wednesday comes from Odin's Day.
Sorry?
Wednesday comes from Odin's Day.
Yes.
Spanish, it's miércoles, so Mercury. Odin.
Woden.
Or Woden.
Woden.
Yeah.
Woden's Day.
But I think that Woden got his name from Woden. If that makes sense. Woden is the older name of the planet.
Yeah.
And that's how I've always thought of it. And it's sort of like the word wood might come from that. You know?
Yeah.
Woden, wood.
Indeed.
Woden.
Especially when you think about his connection to the world tree.
Yeah, Wooden House.
Oh, we got Aaron in the house. Namaste, Aaron. It's been a great conversation so far, guys. I think, what is it that we haven't covered? Because I think we've got about 15, 20 minutes left until we're going to break the bank. Literally break the bank of how many minutes are available on the on this platform. Oh, and by the way, heads up, I'm going to be doing the last session. I think the last session with the lady that with the oh my gosh, I haven't been able to release the information yet. It's been a rabbit hole of rabbit holes with the what's that woman's name who had that satanic cult in Australia? She was one of the people that was sort of being used by this cult in ritualistic things, and more memories have come to surface, and memories that she knew, but somehow they get repressed, or because it's hectic, and so it's been like a very powerful ride for this lady, that's been going through remembering all of these. Oh my gosh, you'll watch the show when you see it. I accidentally have her name in one of the first ones, and I had actually edited it out, and somehow I sent it to it, and it wasn't edited out. I find that suspicious because I did edit it out, so I have to go and recheck the first episode because her name can't be in it, and I accidentally said her name. It's 7 hours of interviews, so give me a break that I only said it once. But I think we're going to do another hour this coming week, and that might hopefully get her to find some closure on it, because it's the extent to which this satanic abuse can get out of hand. And it makes you think about the butler of Buckingham Palace, like we were talking about earlier. Full circle here, back to the dark sorcery. It's shocking. It's shocking, people being drugged, being put into trance, being used in sex rituals, being used in all sorts of ways, being in places where there's animals or whoever being killed, blood everywhere. It can have a impact on your life that you'll carry around with you for a long time. And this lady has been suffering for a long time with this. So this has been a cathartic healing session for her, being able to talk about this stuff. So it's going to be coming out soon. Within the next couple of weeks, the first episode will be out. It's probably going to be about 7 or 8 episodes, hours of it, segments.
Yeah. We have Teal Swan here from America. Her testimony of being abducted by a satanic cult as a child. It's very difficult, but it's very eye-opening to what goes on. She has a special with Sasha Stone where he talks about the satanic cults in Italy, in the Vatican, and abducting children.
I believe that they've tried to create a Mandela point with Nicole Kidman's dad, because there were 4 different, was it 3 or 4, I forget, different news bulletins on the day of how he passed. So depending on which news bulletin you heard, right? But there were 4 different ones let out by different media companies. How interesting is that? One says he had a heart attack. One says he was shot. One says he fell off a building. So we'll be hearing about how the Mandela effect 20 years down the line. Our kids will be talking about the Mandela effect of Nicole Kidman's dad. Isn't that funny?
So strange that they set that up.
These people are clever. They know exactly what they are doing to manipulate our minds and our perceptions of reality. Because I remember there were 2 different reports about Mandela. The report about him being dead, and then the report about that not being true, that he's still alive. It just depends on which report you heard. And that was in South Africa when I was a child. We were actually talking about it when I was a kid. Well, I wasn't really a kid. I was sort of like a young adult, but I consider myself still being a kid from now, The older you get, the longer it takes to become an adult, isn't it? When we're young, we're adults at 16. When we're older, we only become adults in our 20s.
Those kinds of psyops are like the sorcery of the ancient Babylonian schools, the ancient mystery schools. They use those to control the masses.
Is that your mic, brother?
I don't know where my mic's. My cat's. My mic, I think, is what's going on. Can you hear me all right? Cat package.
Can I ask you what strain you're enjoying?
I got some purple mint.
Indica?
Yeah. And Girl Scout.
Strong indica.
Yeah.
What is it, like Northern Lights based?
No, Northern Lights is an interesting strain though. They used ruderalis, cannabis ruderalis, a Russian strain of wild ganja that doesn't get you high. It's like a hemp, but it's kind of like a vine. But they mixed that with the tropical plants to make Northern Lights able to grow in a temperate region. So that's good up in the temperate region, like where I'm at in the forest. I live in the temperate rainforest here. It's the world's oldest temperate rainforest. We have elk here that live in the ancient range between the Smokies and the Blue Ridge Mountains and the Appalachians. But yeah, I wanted to mention Enochian sigils that were used by John Dee and Edward Kelly. They have the Enochian alphabet, which was also known as the angelic alphabet. So some sigils use the Enochian alphabet. The sigils we showed earlier was showing, I think, Hebrew, which is very common for sigils. But do they have them in Sanskrit as well? I would imagine so. Does the Sri Yantra have Sanskrit sigil thing?
I would say that the Aum is a sigil.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would actually go as far as to say that Sanskrit are sigils.
Yeah. Seems so.
Macau Crockett, Mind Seeds Grow. Sweet name. As for me, I don't really do these rituals. I just beat my drum and go into a trance. And I'll chant certain Bij-based mantra while I'm in the rhythm until I get very high and start to disassociate from physicality and reality and allow the journey to just build. So since I've been inspired by shamanic path, that's sort of more where I will go, or I will even follow the sound of my heartbeat. Go deep in and follow the sound of my heartbeat and allow the beating of my drum of my heart to carry me and allow a syllable to form between the cycles of movement and to bind a syllable in this pattern and use syllables in such a fashion. Bij, seed root syllables, and combine them to activate certain hormonal releases by my endocrine and chakric glands What do you guys, Carlisle, Cosmic, and of course Indy? What do you guys say to this? Any magic, witchcraft, sorcery, fae rituals in general that you all enjoy performing most during this season right now? You see, my season is back to front to yours. I'm in winter. So in winter, I tend to contemplate Shiva.
Mhm.
But what do you guys do? You're in summer, aren't you?
That summertime here. Honestly, like I feel guilty that I don't really. I feel like I should be doing more magical rituals, to be perfectly honest. But like, I'm just like so focused on like figuring out like the theory and the science and all that I just like I don't even really like think about doing rituals. Well, I mean, well, hold on a second. I guess you mean I talk to the Fae on a pretty much regular basis. I guess you could technically count that as a ritual, but there's not really any like formal aspect to it. It's just kind of like they'll just kind of just say like, "Hey, what's up?" Because that's the weird thing about what I noticed with the Fae is like you have to be kind of patient because oftentimes they show up unannounced. Like you'll have a like I'll basically I'll try to like send out a signal. It's like, "Hey, come on," but then it's like, and then it's like when I stop thinking, it'll be like hour later, and they'll just be like I can just really feel their presence like right in my face. It's like, but that's the thing. Like, they kind of tell me that, like, because I'm so skeptical as a person, like, they have to surprise me when they interact with me. Because if I just kind of like do it on a one-to-one basis, then I can just will convince myself, oh, I'm just making this up in my head. So to bypass that, they say, oh, we have to kind of like surprise you in order for you to really feel our presence.
But when you do that spinning ritual, I would call it in the open.
That's definitely a ritual, but I don't really do it like on a regular basis, even though the Fae kind of encouraged me to do it, especially Thaduka. That's her favorite spell. But that's more like it's a dimension shift. Are you guys familiar with like dimension shifting magic, where people will do certain rituals to like enter an alternate universe or reality? It's kind of in line with that, if that makes any sense, because Zarfexology is all about it's all about dimension shifting. It's all about going from different Zerfaxes and different sort of universes within the Zarfex. And one of the most interesting things about studying this is that, in a way, it's like, I know in a lot of like mystical systems, it's like they try to take all the religions and try to find a truth where they all intersect. But what's interesting about Zarfexology is it's like, yeah, it's like, it's like Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, witchcraft, that makes up the mental mind of the universe. But that I also had to take into fact in consideration that the skeptical viewpoints, that the atheists, the nihilists, the solipsists, like they're also creating reality along with us. And it's like, one of the things in my practice that I've noticed is that when I try to eliminate myself from like a Zerfix, I should explain what a Zerfix is. So a Zerfix is basically kind of like almost like it's kind of Gnostic in the sense that it's basically a belief system that creates a reality paradigm around you. And the thing is, it's like there's both the believing kinds, which is like, religion, like, Christianity or Buddhism or et cetera, like that. But then there's also the skeptical ones, your atheisms, your nihilism, et cetera, et cetera. And I learned that when you kind of like put all of them together, both the believing world and the skeptical, it's like you get this sort of larger landscape, and you realize there's sort of different, that people exist in different dimensions. Like, you ever really like think about like when you like try this out the next time you like think about when you interact with somebody who shares similar beliefs with you, occultism, magic, or versus someone who, doesn't believe, is just, a total atheist or a total fundamentalist Christian, someone just very, far away from what you believe in. It's almost in a weird sense like they're farther away from you dimensionally. So I think of it like, actually, you know what? I have a little picture here that kind of can help explain this. So it's a similar diagram. It's not Zarfexology or anything like that. Where did I have this? It's one of my older pictures here. So I think of it like this. So it's like we all exist here in 3-dimensional space, but in 4th-dimensional space, we're all over the place. Like this person might be like an atheist over here, and this person might be a believer over here. But in physical space, it's like we're right next to each other. But in astral space, we're like miles and miles away. So that's why I think in some sense, you kind of feel like weirdly sort of distant and sort of not connected to people who have, different points of view than art. Because in my theory, it's like they exist in a completely different higher dimensional space than you do. And the other thing that's been interesting is that I've kind of also realized that when I don't adhere to any Zerfites, it's like I feel like I'm almost vulnerable because it's like one belief system will protect you from another one. So now it's just like I'm taking in all the worldviews simultaneously, both believing and skeptical. And then from that, you then start to realize like, oh, there's other spheres outside of this. So in addition, so that ritual I demonstrated earlier is sort of a way to shift those dimensions, because what I've also realized is that depending upon which dimension I find myself in, magic and synchronicity works differently. If I'm in the skeptical dimension, my manifestations are not going to come up, but if I'm in a believing dimension, then they will. And when you that's one of the things that's interesting. It's like when they're all simultaneously true, but obviously they can't all coexist in the same space. So then what happens is they get subdivided into these parallel universes. And I mentioned that because you mentioned the Mandela effect. And because if we really have to think about like all these different universes, then there has to be both a universe where Nelson Mandela actually did die and one that he didn't. And I'm guessing that there's something interesting going on, that people are having all these Mandela effects, which demonstrates maybe a kind of either a dimensional fragmentation, or maybe people are starting to learn how to navigate higher dimensional spaces. They don't realize they've dimensionally shifted. They just think there's some event going on. I don't know, I'm just kind of rambling, but those are some thoughts I have.
The thing is, though, Cosmic, the guy who was looking after Mandela was a friend of mine. He
Right.
was a prison warden, a family friend of my father's. I actually lived in his house with his family.
Uh-huh.
And he explained to me that it was all a farce. Mandela never died. And it had come out in South Africa that they had tried to trick us into believing that Mandela died because they didn't want him to lead the ANC.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a political heist.
Well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily contradict what I'm talking about, because the thing is, when these universes manifest, there's also a past, a sort of a cause and effect relationship in the past that allows that event to manifest. It's not like it's just sort of like comes out of the blue. Like if there's Nelson Mandela lives or Nelson Mandela died, there's a sequence of events preceding that lead up to that particular event. And this is how you start to understand more time at a more two-dimensional level. You have all these different, you have left or right, but then you have a kind of up and down axis that sort of demonstrates like alternate timelines. And we're sort of learning, maybe as we sort of evolve as a species, you wonder, like, because that's the weird thing about like if you shift to a parallel universe, because the universe will present itself in a way in which that's always how it was. Like I'm thinking about like the most classic one is the Berenstein Bears. A lot of people remember Berenstein Bears, but then the books actually say, Berenstain Bears. But I'm also thinking like, it's almost like it's possible that both of these, the books, there's both the Berenstein and a Berenstain Bears, and you're starting to see, because that's the thing. It's like there's a way in this system where you can start to gradually shift to other dimensions, but you don't realize it. But because if you look back at the past will always sort of contour to whatever the present moment is. So it's kind of like in a dream where you don't really realize that you're dreaming. You just sort of like, you get, and when you're dreaming, like you could be, in your house and there could be like some weird giant crab statue, in the middle of your foyer. But in your dream, like, oh, that's always been there. Nothing suspicious about this. And I don't know, like, it's like reality is kind of like that, where it's like, we don't, like that other thing. But before I did this whole Zarfexology thing, I had this kind of practice where I tried to view reality as if it was a lucid dream, a much more idealistic stance. And with that, you can start to see like how we all collectively sort of create different realities, but then you start to realize that you there's a point where if you go towards the edges, you start to enter alternate realities, and then you get sort of explore the deeper aspects of the Zarfex sphere we inhabit. And then like, because once you really like I still can't even fathom like how massive a Zarfex actually is. It's like, it's literally, I mean, think about like the entire universe, just the entire infinite expansive universe, and then make that like one grain of sand, and then the Zarfex is like the entire ocean of sand and more. It's just, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm rambling again. I go off on a lot of different tangents, but I know just how my mind moves.
I love that, and I think it's a great place to leave this conversation with the Zarfex scale. It's sort of like the scaling of time. Time dilation is what I'm seeing being reflected here. You have the different states of consciousness, the way time moves in a very different way, compresses in a very different way, and unpacks. But I've literally got about 3 minutes until we're running out of minutes. So if we can wrap this up, are there any last thoughts any of you guys would like to say, if we can keep it down to the next 2.5 minutes? And thank you all for joining us. It's been a great discussion.
I'd like to say thank you to Franklin and everybody in the chats, and Khalil and Cosmic Prankster. Thanks for being here today, guys, and thanks for a great discussion. I do a ceremony by the moon where I like to do a purging ceremony into a stick or some tobacco, throw it into the fire, and release when I'm ready to let go on a new moon. Go back to the ceremonies.
Thank you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
It's an honor having you on the show, Dr. K, Cosmic. Totally honor having you all. Beautiful minds. Please, guys.
Thank you so much again for having me, Franklin. Thank you, Cosmic, for that amazing share. Thank you, Indy, for that amazing share as always. Everybody who's watching, everybody who will watch, thank you for joining us and contributing. When I smoke, I like to write on my joint papers sometimes. I'll write a lyric, I'll write a poem, I'll write a name, I'll write an affirmation, and I'll smoke it and I'll let it go. So it can ultimately become part of the quantum realm again, and rewrite what I want it to rewrite. And the more you forget about it, you just let it go. And it's interesting because the more you write things down, the more they stay in your mind. So it's really a form of practice. But love, peace, and power to everybody. Thank you so much.
And Cosmic, do you want to have a last say? You got like a minute.
Just thank you, Franklin, for having me. Thank you, Kalel and Indy for the stimulating conversation, and thank you for the chat for listening.
Thank you, guys, all of you, everybody. The chat, you guys were amazing. You kept us thinking. Great ideas, shared questions. Everybody on the panel, amazing, touching, heart-touching, beautiful conversation. Thank you all. And I think we might have to like bridge from this into another subtopic of this. 29 minutes, and we're rolling into the last seconds. So much love to you. Peace, blessings, harmony. Om Shanti. Thank you all.
I'm Sante.